Welcome to another Factorio Friday. I hope you all are having a good Friday. It's I've kind of been a little mixed on Cube, to be honest. You know, I hate feeling like I've given up on something, but I don't know, I'm just not really having a good time with it. And I feel a little aimless. So what I think we're gonna do is instead I'm gonna try something else out, something that I found out a little while ago. Been playing it for a little less than a week, and I getting a feel for it. It's kind of like, well, you know, it's like SkyBlock for Minecraft and SeaBlock for Factorio, but it's Voidblock. SeaBlock has unfortunately not been updated. That's another overhaul mod that I've actually spent a significant amount of time in. Haven't beaten it, but gotten quite far. I think my old save is like 100+ hours. Although SeaBlock is a very long mod. And yeah, I saw Voidblock, which is space age compatible, luckily, so that's nice. No one problem, one thing that I was a little disappointed with, and I kind of understand why. But UltraCube, you know, it overhauling like literally everything. It's just straight up not compatible with space age, and I mean, you wouldn't having to deal with the Cuban interplanetary logistics sounds like it would probably be quite a problem. So we're just gonna create a new world here. Yeah, we'll probably leave it on default. I don't think the any of the terrain settings matter. Pollution and enemies, like nothing matters. I don't think any of these resources matter, actually. I haven't actually gotten to any other planets on Voidblock yet, so I'm not really sure how it works with them, if they're also just voids or if you just stay on the one planet. But we're just gonna load in. No, it's a very simple map. Oh, hold on, I have to fix my color. There we go. Perfect. So we start off just in an ocean of purple. And we have a single, we've got our 8 iron plates. We have a void shed. Now this is the basic building block of the entire run. It does void crafting. Now it has a 0.5 craft speed, and this takes 2 seconds, so it actually takes 4 seconds per craft. So it's quite slow, and it generates a whole bunch of items. It only generates 1 item per cycle, but you have a whole bunch. One of which is like basically worthless. It's just burner fuel, and of course, starting the game, we do not have the heating tower to just freely throw burnables away. So boilers are going to be the only way to get rid of those for now. Now it's going to be a little slow going up, because first we basically need to wait for this to generate enough resources so that I can craft a furnace, and then start getting more void sheds, and we scale up from there. There's also a whole other, like, it has all the normal tech tree, but it also has its own tech tree to allow you to summon a whole bunch of different materials and craft a whole bunch of different items. Eventually you can summon in some like pretty advanced stuff. Of course, it's a bit of a choice for what you want to go with. You know, if you want to kind of try to keep the more vanilla factory lines going. I mean, you have to void craft at some point in the process, but once we get the next tier of building, first I forget what they're called. I think they're called like void forges or something. They take burnables to run, and that's fine, but then the next tier up that you upgrade it, it's basically like you know, upgrading a burner instead of a normal inserter. It starts taking power, and it takes a lot of power. So directly crafting, say, you know, an iron or even a steel plate First of all, they have very long craft times, and they still have a chance to generate junk. And usually if you're crafting something like, let's say, a steel plate, it'll have a chance to spawn just an iron plate, like the constituent components, along with usually like slime or stone. You can eventually craft a pure, or get a pure recipe to only craft the one thing that you need. But it's a bit far. And of course it has its own drawbacks. Well, it's technically free materials. You know, you kind of have to do a choice. Also, with these speeds here, I think it takes 60 of these void sheds in order to condense a single yellow line, which is quite a lot. Let's see, what do we need to get another void shed? 5 more copper plates and a little bit more stone. But yeah, once we start getting more sheds, then the ball really starts rolling. Of course, we'll get through that trigger tech as normal. My other game, I'm mainly relying on just crafting stuff directly, although obviously with your confined space, getting big boiler setups, you know, takes a bit of time, and you don't just have a gigantic coal patch to mine to fuel them, so you have to deal with getting fuel for them somehow. Obviously, you know, these fuels, like, it has a, what is it, a 10% chance to get a piece of coal. Then you have wood, which is half as efficient, and disgusting slime, which is 1/16th as efficient. It absolutely shreds through those slimes. Makes them easier to get rid of inside a a boiler, but they also really pile up, especially if you try to make a whole like 60 of these. And this shed, aside from quality, it never really gets upgraded. Actually, does it make multiple things per craft? Oh, it does. Okay, I thought it only made one thing per cycle. I guess maybe it's just a separate roll for each thing. Okay, well, that's not quite as slow as I thought. Just thinking we should have had enough. Good, good, good. Now we get our first void shed. We'll get another stone furnace ready. Get these here. I'll have to, even though it's only 3 iron plates, it still feels like an investment just for a single burner inserter. Although luckily with 2.0 and the abolishment of filter inserters, I could filter burners so that we blacklist stone from being smelted. We will need a bunch of stone bricks later, but right now we just need the raw stone to be able to make more furnaces. And I think, yeah, the void sheds also take stone. I'm actually about to get another one. Oh, and of course getting water, basically getting everything. You have multiple avenues. It's actually kind of similar to SeaBlock in that your basic component, typically you always start with pumping up seawater and electrolyzing it. But there's usually multiple paths to get something. Like if you want to generate power, I know you can like make plants and crush them down into like vegetable oil or something, which is very nice, and that's typically the method I go. Or you can make like algae, which you turn into oil products. And I think yeah, as part of, because it has bobs in it, it also just straight up has oil burners, like oil burning furnace, or not furnaces, but like power generation, so you can burn fuels instead of needing physical, or burn liquid fuels, I should say, instead of needing physical components. It's very nice. It also has like fluid burning heaters or heat generators to get you kind of, you know, like babies first. Nuclear power. What else do I need to smelt? Probably not. These also just make stone bricks, so that's nice. Of course, I'll eventually have to paint this island so that we're not moving so slow. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get a burner inserter. This should be able to automatically fill itself. So yeah, blacklist, stone. Oops. Now that should start moving things over. Oh, I'll have to also blacklist. No, it can't even grab stone bricks, so I probably don't even need to worry about that. Well, we have our basic automation. Very slow. But you know what works? Summoning materials from the void was an easy process. We can get another burner set up. The worst part of early game is always just not having construction bots or anything. I have to place everything manually. I'm also gonna have to deal with emptying this out myself. Ah, that's okay. Another burner inserter. Maybe. Then probably do some more void sheds. I don't know if putting burner inserters on the opposite side of these will help. We do have chests, and we also get raw wood out of them, so yeah, I'll probably need a couple wooden chests just to get these things flowing. Get a couple burners. And that it does start with a little bit of fuel, but I don't think it can take fuel out of the furnace itself. So these might actually just straight up run out of fuel, now that I think about it. Although we have to generate a lot of iron before we can get before we can get power. Of course, we can't just suck this out because this isn't water, it's void ocean. Which, it's gonna be a while before we can filter it. Oil processing. Yeah, that's that's kind of far in the tech tree. We'll basically have to resort to conjuring water out of the void. So we can do some proper oceanic filtering. I wonder what's gonna happen if these just won't, we'll take things out. Let's see, more iron plates. Yeah, okay. I'll just have to deal with it manually. But hey, at least we'll have 2 more burners for another void shed. So we have enough room to place this here. No. Start staggering them. Of course, it's going to be a long time before we get quality. I don't even know how much we're gonna use these once we unlock the ability to get quality versions. Not that a higher quality one is even gonna be that much better. We'll just reduce needing like 60 of them for a yellow belt to slightly less. Let's see. I'm getting a decent amount of copper. So we'll be able to switch those out. Or switch our burners out for normal inserters. And then I can actually deal with offloading these. Maybe I should reorient this. I'll do it once I have some more. Maybe go through the middle and straight across. That can be a little bit more flush. 5 iron plates. Yeah, that'll get us another one. Let me just go ahead and just start planning for this. Although I don't think that this is an even number of tiles big. Also, where is it on the map? Oh, it might be an even number of tiles big. Okay. Steam power researched. And then we can get proper void crafting once we craft 20 stone bricks. I might just let that do normally. The question is, when do we get water? Here we go, hydromancy, that's what I need. Yes, we need to get a single void shard. Okay, okay. Let's go ahead and just move these over. I think we can craft a couple more. Oh, one more. It'll have to do. I'll need a couple more furnaces. Blacklist, stone. There we go. Yeah, I'll probably have to deal with manually filling these up. Oh, that's going to be a constant pain point. Because obviously getting electric furnaces, can't even think about that. That's too far in the future. We could probably get, let's see. Oh, it is an odd number of tiles big. Man. Between this and warp drive. Ooh, void forge. Excellent. Now, with the forge, assuming I had enough materials for it, I could actually just summon iron ore directly. It's only an 85% chance, so there's still going to be some junk we have to filter out. And of course, it takes burnables itself, and will for a while. Let's see. So yeah, we have to craft a single void forge. Now let's get the void research pack. Okay, so 40 iron plates and 40 stone bricks. Could probably cook the stone. How much does it take? 2 stone per brick. Okay. Kind of tempted to just let him keep cooking. Getting them passively through this. Although, when do we start getting landfill? Oh, yeah, we get it pretty soon. That's gonna be what we're gonna be needing all of our stone for. So we can slowly expand and not be confined to this itsy bitsy hunk of land out in the middle of nowhere. I do wonder if when you're in orbit the mod changes the appearance of a planet at all. I think that'd be good. It'd be a little weird launching and seeing just a normal planet. Hello, Ripwell. Meowdy, how's it going? I hope you're doing okay. Have you looked into barotrauma at all recently? Need to know if waiting for your shift to end. 10 more minutes? You can make it. I believe in you. I'm feeling a little weird today. I decided to try a new cheese from the deli. It sounded good. It was horseradish cheddar. You know, I was expecting kind of like a really mild horseradish flavor. It was not mild. It was very strong with horseradish. And while it tasted good initially, the the flavor that lingers is not so great. And I probably shouldn't have put so much horseradish cheese on my grilled cheese sandwiches. Definitely not a cheese I'm going to be using again for those. I've been trying to find a good combination of cheeses to make a grilled cheese out of something, you know, other than just the old classic American. Sounds like a cheese best used in judicious quantities. Yeah, I'll have to balance it out with some other things next time. Think you're gonna get barotrauma? Excellent. You need to let me know so we can play together. The game does have a tutorial, but I am more than willing to help you learn the ropes. Because I know it's a little bit of a rough game to start with. The bots are kind of shitty, but honestly, you can get by with 2 people. Blue cheese enjoyer. Oh, I love blue cheese. Not a fan of horseradish, I take it, Ripple. I was kind of expecting, you know, when places have horseradish in things, it's typically in 2 varieties. It's like a more creamy, like there's barely even any horseradish flavor. You know, you can think of like the sauce that they use in Arby's, and then something that's, you know, it's basically ground up horseradish, and it, you know, it clears your sinuses. And I was not expecting the cheese to be of the stronger variety. I probably shouldn't have bought so much. I usually just default to getting a pound of cheese for like sandwiches and stuff. Not a good idea when you're trying out new things. I do have some other cheeses to try and balance it out, but it's gonna be an adventure finishing it off, let me tell you. Alrighty. I need to craft a lab and a void forge. Yeah, I literally just started. I was actually thinking about getting that speed up mod. Let me actually see if that's probably not gonna be a bad idea. Now that I think about it. There is a speed up mod, right? Speed control. That looks like exactly what I need. Hold, please. Time warp. I'm not seeing anything called time warp. No, we'll just try speed control and see how it goes. I've never actually like used the speed up mod before. But okay. Oh yeah, this is, now we're cooking. Although I generally don't do like longer time mods like this. I know SeaBlock has a similar thing where it's a lot of just kind of waiting around. Did I say SeaBlock? I meant SeaBlock. Yeah. Got cube last time you played RimWorld. Now I understand your pain. Yeah, it's there are ways to deal with it, but like that cube took me almost like a whole in-game year just to deal with. Okay, what did I need to make? Right, I need to get a void forge. EV. Okay, now I need more iron for the lab. So now I can make these void packs, which we use for science. And then once I get this normal lab made, I should be able to research red science and start crafting landfill, albeit very slowly. It usually doesn't take that long. But yeah, expect most of your colony to be enthralled by the cube. There is an easy way to deal with it. I don't necessarily want to ruin the surprise. All right, I'm gonna need power. Wait, how the hell am I supposed to get power? Do we already have? Well, there's right. Void Forge makes water. Void Forge doesn't make water. Oh, steam engines and boilers, but like... Ah, right. Okay. We just gotta let this cycle until it crafts a void shard. At which point we will unlock hydromancy and then we can craft water. So let's go ahead and get a boiler and a couple... I guess one steam engine. Okay, I wish you best of luck with your cube. 2 out of my 6 are completely obsessed and 1 is curious. Ah, that's how it starts. Then you'll have awful cube sculptures all over the place because of course not everybody is going to be not going to be good at what's the word I'm looking for, art. I don't know if they get art XP from crafting cube sculptures. It would be nice if they did. They should. I mean, they're practicing their artistic talents. Oh, what's this? A 1% chance. We're going to be waiting for that for a while. I just need 1 roll. Give me the roll. I also have like no space. I'm sure you'll figure out how to deal with it. Okay, and then get some pipes and we're good. Hydromancy, perfect. Give me the water. Put some coal in there. And now we have power. That is a Warframe logo, yes. I used to be a very religious Warframe player. I've not played it so much in recent times. You know, I've kind of been busy with a lot of the same games that I've been streaming. But I still have it installed. You know, the urge to play it grabs me every now and again. It's been a while. I am missing so many primes at this point. So much content that I've missed out on. Yeah, it used to be like my only game, but I don't know. Eventually you just hit a wall and grinding for stuff is not, you kind of get over it for a while and you need a break. Yippee, landfill. We have land. Okay. At least square this up. I have done 1999. What's the last recent thing that I've done? I've played it this year. It's not been a year since I played it. Steam says I last played it in May, but I think that was just me dipping my toes in. I don't remember what the big story thing. Oh yeah, what's it called? I guess 1999 would be the last thing I did. I didn't finish the Syndicate entirely. So I'm caught up on the story, but I never got Site 09. I got no one. I got kind of tired of running the missions solo, and like anytime I would run them, I would like rarely ever get paired up with anyone else. So I got a little tired of it. Hey, but now we have inserters, so I could start moving these things over. Okay. Powered intruders, I should say. Let's reorganize a little bit. Give these. The one thing I kind of don't like that's nice about the AAI Industries mod is that it does make it so that you need to use the previous components to craft the other ones. Which I know that can be a mixed bag for some people. It certainly is nice to ensure that you don't have stuff piling up. Although I guess with, you know, Space Age and Fulgor and recycling, stuff that you have just piling up will eventually be able to get dealt with. So it's not a permanent problem that you have to deal with a bullet. You know, like you usually do. Oh no, I didn't filter stone on these. Wait, no, blacklist. There we go. You out, get you out, and everything should be good. Get another one, get another inserter. Eventually we'll be able to craft, landfill directly, which will be very nice. Just by summoning it from void crafting. But it's a little far. There's also electrification, which means these void works will start needing power. Oh yeah, void fill. You know what? Let's get these packs crafting first so that I can summon them from the void as well. I do need to get another void forge because these shards that you need for the science only come from these recipes. They don't come from this dinky little shed here. So gotta do what I gotta do. I guess I do need the stone. Let's get that shuffling over. I'll get our lab back down. Let's see. Let's get a little bit more materials. Probably get some more science going. Yeah, for automation, I'll move that up because that'll probably be a while before we get all the doodads we need. And honestly, none of this other stuff really matters that much, but gets it out of the way. I'm going to start accumulating this prismite ore, which we will not have a use for quite some time. But it'll be nice having it. You know, just taking up space, I suppose. Get ourselves a couple more landfills. Oh yeah, I did, Hi, thank you for the follow, Dusk Ruby. I did get that ability to just summon landfill from the ether. No, I didn't. What did I think that I did? Right, it's one of the first ones. Once I can craft, once I can just directly craft science packs. Most of these shards are always like a 1% drop, so crafting them indirectly is a little bit of a pain. Automation. these up. I'll just leave that one there. Get that. Get that. It's a shitty stack, but hey, it's our stack. Or it's my stack. I'd say there are many others like it, but there aren't many others like it. So our power costs are really gonna start scaling up once we get once we can electrify these, because obviously hand feeding them power via burnables is a huge pain in the ass. And generally electrification is more efficient, but these steam stacks take they take some space. Let's see, we do have a little mining blueprint, or little power blueprint. Start putting down at some point. We'll also eventually get the ability to craft a item that's like solid fuel, but, well, I mean, it basically is solid fuel, but it's a void fuel, and that'll keep us going for a while. Okay, what do I need now? I'll probably make an assembler to craft that landfill. But then I'd have to deal with having multiple components. I'll just have to twist the lab over a little bit. Also, I have a very important mod, Disco Science, which makes the lab glow according to the science pack. And luckily, the Voidcraft packs seem to work. Although they all have this like kind of purplish bluish hue. See, like these are purple if I scroll way down. The next void pack is like kind of a more bluish purple, and this one's just blue. How many different packs are there? Oh, there's only the 3 void packs. Okay. I see. Good to know. Oh, that's gonna be... It's gonna be a little short. When I'm out of furnaces. Out of stone. I'll just handcraft a handful. Accumulating landfill is always a little bit of a slow process. It might not be a bad idea to get a couple more void forges going so we can start pulling in more materials from the ether. Let's see, what else could we start using more of? These take primarily iron, don't they? Yeah, they take double the iron, so I guess it wouldn't hurt to get an iron and a copper. That way they can both share a box. And we'll just have to put science on hold for a while. Looks like the game itself is actually having trouble keeping up with time warp this fast. The FPS and the UPS are not in sync, although I guess that doesn't really matter. All right, my monitor is capped at 144. That makes sense. Oh, this feels unnatural to be moving this fast without legs. Okay, let's see if I can get enough space to put the lab down somewhere. Alright, I have to finish this off. Get a furnace, get that, that. Okay, that'll be enough. Perfect. Three and a half times speed. That's probably going to run out of a burnable like instantly. Let's see. I guess making coal might. Oh, I don't even set a recipe on this. Oops. Unless I unset it. Yeah. Do we have the ability to craft coal? We do. Okay. That might not be a bad idea. Because we definitely craft more coal than we use. I can use that to power a few other things. Operation Plague Star back in Warframe after a couple years for a few days. Able to get all the Plagues blueprints, Omniforma, and like 10 normal Forma. Yeah, I assume that they haven't changed it. And that it's basically rerun it. It's nice that they brought it back so that, you know, people can get some of that stuff. I think I have all the arcanes from it, unless they've added more. Like those special plague arcanes. And I know I have a couple Zob blueprints just laying around. I think Plague Star is probably one of the less interesting events that they've done. Also, welcome in, Zeke. Good to see you. Okay, I will have to, of course, make sure to divvy out our coal. So I might need multiple things making coal. Wood. Shards are certainly coming in slow, but eventually that won't be a problem. We just need 3 more. We just need 1 more, and the problem will be solved permanently. Oop. That could have been bad. I guess our power draw is still really low, so this internal steam from the engines would have lasted quite a while. Yippee! Oh no, I don't have wood. Excellent. I'll just put something to directly insert. Try to square this up a little bit. That means I'm gonna need another one. Okay, we need to get electrification because I cannot handle having to manually refill these at the speed that we're working at. But now that we have this, I can put this here. I can summon those in. It's gonna be coming in slow, but carbon. I'm gonna need that for something. 30 seconds for an 85% chance to get a void pack. It's okay. We will make it through. Damn, these really are just going through that hole as fast as I can make it. No, so you can craft it normally, which is how I initially got it. Well, okay, that is a little gotcha because it takes the void shards, right? Which you get as a byproduct of trying to summon in other things with a 1% chance. And then you can eventually just make the science directly, although that's still a chance. Normal science is, you can't summon that directly, you have to just craft it, you know, the vanilla way. And of course, there's not just the void science tree, there's all the vanilla stuff as well. Most things usually have multiple ways to get them. Like, eventually, I will get the ability to craft void gems directly. Pretty soon using, yeah, carbon and steam. And that'll just make a shard, which now I can use to craft the science. And that'll probably be more energy efficient to do. But yeah, there's two, usually you can either try directly summoning something in and, you know, have to deal with junk, And also the fact that directly summoning stuff in has a bigger crafting time. Like this, handcrafting a pack is 4 seconds, but directly crafting it is 30 seconds. I know eventually you'll get the ability to like summon in belts and stuff, and I think calling in red splitters was a 360-second craft time base, if you wanted to call it in, and that was of course an 85% chance. Of course, you could try calling in the previous stuff. I mainly put those down just to like have them working in the background, kind of only almost treating them like a pseudo mall, because you know malls are generally, with the exception of belts, I guess you can usually have a lot of belt production. You typically don't have a mall making like multiple production things at once, right? You'll just have one building doing it, and it can build up over time. So you can kind of use them that way. Everything's out 60%, but once this science is done, I realized it was 20 packs. I guess I can handcraft a few now. Let's get these. Divvy up some more coal. And then I'll have to deal with upgrading these buildings to their electric variants. One other thing aside from the craft time is the power draw. I think these buildings take like 1.2 megawatts each once you upgrade them to power, which that's kind of a lot of power. And I'm almost immediately going to have to start expanding our boiler setup, which of course is going to need more landfill. But I will get void fill queued in, and I can start just having that work in the background. There's also usually a few different recipes. Pretty soon you'll get the ability to use like void fluid, which is not this. That's not the ocean. But it halves the craft time of things. And then there's another type of fluid that you can get where it doesn't have the craft time, but it eliminates the byproducts, so you don't have to deal with your lines getting clogged up. Okay, let me... Okay, the void works. I guess the first tier is only 500 kilowatts. I'm not going to be able to do very many of these, but... Yeah, I'll probably actually be completely tapped out on power after this one. 27 point something steam a second. I thought so. But now this can just run. This needs some coal. Ooh. I don't have a way to... that's gonna be some jank if I try and unload this onto a belt. I just need more space. Let me go ahead and start putting down a blueprint for these. I need a lot of footprint, but I mean, not a lot we can do about that. Let's start it over here. Let me just go ahead and get a chest set up so that I can kind of ignore for a little bit. And then we can go from there. Not coal. There we go. Okay. That's gonna eat through our stone so fast. But I can start tumbling in landfill from the ether. Gonna be kind of slow. But actually, is it 40 seconds per landfill versus, oh, what was the stone one? Kind of don't want to reset it while it's working. I can probably just see from this. Not that one. So 2 seconds for an 85%, but you need 20 stones, so it's about the same. With the flip side being, I also have a 4.5% chance to get foundations out of these. So I think that's worth it. I don't think that goo is going to last very long. Now there's apparently this coal. Let's see if I'm just getting like... No, not just one of these is not gonna solve anything. But if I can get this mostly done, at least these two halves, that'll double our power output. And I'll be able to easily expand for more. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. That looks fine. Eventually we'll be able to purify the void water as well, which will be nice. I might just have to get another coal thing once we expand our power. Actually, you know what? I'll just change this to keep looking at the wrong one. I'll just change this to coal to get us some more burnables. Now where to go from here? Kind of want to stay away from handcrafting too much science. So I think we'll just focus on basically getting power and landfill are going to be the immediate goals. Because I'm pretty sure that these are just straight up more efficient for our burnables. I'm also getting all this spoilage. Just go ahead and put that in there. Get rid of that. Where does spoilage come from anyway? Ah, the coal one. Okay. That makes sense. Well, I mean, we have these automated, so might as well. Oh yeah, we're actually even crafting these faster than we can burn them apparently. This void fuel will be a nice fuel. I think it's 12. Yeah, 12 megajoules. Will be a little more condensed with than fuel. And start crafting that and then giving it out to our things and see about maybe getting another. I wonder if I can squeeze any more. Why he's not crafting? Ah, here we go. So we can't squeeze any more land out of here. Okay. That's one stack basically, but one stack does not help. I mean, the second looks about 30% done. Out of fuel, of course. These disgusting slimes are just not condensed enough for a single inserter to move at a decent clip. Of course, we've got to get rid of them. Everything must go. Oh hey, some foundations. They come in very slowly. Ooh, what's this? 1, 2... I think that's about 12 more before this stack is ready. I go and start getting some extra burners ready to go. Or some extra boilers, I should say. Some pipes. Get some lamps to, of course, brighten up our base. Not a real base until you have flooring and in lights. We'll have to get back on that that flooring problem. I can at least floor it partially. Get that. Of course, I have to deal with getting the water over here. Man. Well, if nothing else, we're generating more coal than we're using. Alright. I forgot what a nightmare it is playing without squeak through. Oh, that's gonna be more power. Let's see, one... Basically 2 foundations and whatever I need to link the water back up. I think this one water thing should be more than enough for a long while, actually. Of course, once I can convert that over to electricity, then I don't have to worry about that running out of power. I think once we get our basic setup, I'll keep working on maybe getting more of those void forges. All right, then belts. A nemesis. I guess we do have enough enough iron for belts currently. Go ahead and start getting a handful made. Takes 50 packs, that's why it's taking so long. I'm hoping that these void gels craft even more energy than they take than the coal does. I'm actually not sure what its thing is, because this takes 2 seconds. Yes, it's crafting time of 1. So that's about a megawatt. And coal gives 4 megajoules. What's the void fuel do? 5-second craft time, so that's gonna be what, 2.5 megawatts for 12 megajoules? That sounds like a good trade to me. Oops. All right. The water, right, and then the fuel. Those are gonna need 2 separate lines. You know, I wasn't even thinking about it. I could have just put this right here and saved on landfill. Swap some of these out for some disgusting slime to get out of my inventory. Just gonna be dealing with it manually for a while until we get bots. I could even hand feed these for now. No, I can't because there's no water. 7. I'll put that right there. Perfect. Void Forge. Let's upgrade that to a Void Works. Power will be a little iffy at the start, but it should almost immediately balance out. Yeah, perfect, perfect. Now we're cooking. I just have to fill in this other side. Let's rip this up for the space. Ooh, my inventory is full. Too much coal. Well... how can I build on Void Ocean, of course. My old nemesis. Copper ore. I need to start giving out these ores to furnaces. What's this do? Just a bunch of shit. Oh, and a 0.7% chance for uranium-235. Well, unless we can summon a nuclear reactor out of the void. It's not really going to help. Okay, we'll get this. Right, I need some inserters. Then get the belts on my bar. Ooh, I wonder if undergrounds can bridge that. I don't have red science, but I can craft red. I can craft a lot of red science. Well, I might as well. Logistics, we'll bump that up. On my single player run, I was kind of wishing I could just summon science packs from the ether, but you can summon their direct components if you want to go that route, so not quite a one-stop solution, but it's an improvement. Kind of wanting to see about mainly getting a vanilla production line set up, but yeah. Getting a bus or something like that. Very space inefficient. There's the bod balance tends to run towards summoning raw materials for being stronger and bulky. Yeah, that's how I get the feeling for it too. Because summoning direct things ends up taking like a shitload of machines, which aside from the footprint also takes a bunch of power, which you're not gonna have in good quantities. In my single player run, I just barely unlocked nuclear reactors, and I mean, it's a godsend having them, but it also takes quite a bit to get there. Okay, we'll fill these in. Get all of our flooring, of course. Oh yeah. Although, obviously doing I was initially wanting to just do like a single reactor, but without any neighbor bonuses, like each reactor is only worth 40 megawatts, so that didn't really help too much. But getting a second one basically allowed me to eliminate my entire steam engine stack. Because I think that's what, 160? Yeah, because they're each doubling each other, so 80 and 80. And of course you're not getting any sort of like giga stack for for a long while. Let's see. Void fuel. Oh, of course it's completely full. Well, let's blacklist void fuel and get that on der belt. We'll get this for filter void fuel. There we go. Smallest I ever build is 1x2. Yeah, I mean, at that point, I was pretty resource starved, so that's why I was trying to just build a single one. I was also having power issues. As you can imagine, having power in this mod in particular tends to be a little bit of a cascade, because at that point you're likely to not use burners anywhere. And well, if these things start running low on power, then they produce fuel even slower, which means less engines get fuel. I do wonder if one is enough for these. 1, 2. One seems to be just enough for 2. So if I double this up, I'll need only another one. Matter of fact, let me just switch this over. There we go. And we'll let that run normally. I was also trying to be a little silly in my other game and build a solar array, but that wasn't a good idea. At that point, I had enough landfill, but just getting all the solar panels and accumulators was... It was taking up too much time and materials. If I had someone else to kind of focus on other things, I probably could have fleshed it out, but it's a massive footprint, and I think for... It was like 40 megawatts for my blueprint that has 4 roboports in it. Alright, well, we have our fuel dealt with. Oh, these don't even have byproducts. Okay. That's convenient. Well, if that's the case... I want to get a little bit of a buffer. Okay. Forgot this apparently just didn't have byproducts. Wait, that doesn't help. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Then I could probably split this off somewhere. Yeah, I got a splitter. And then run it over here once we run through this coal. We'll eventually need coal for plastic, but that's not even a concern right now. Okay, well, if I have 100 red packs... what else? I kind of like to go in order to knock stuff out. Okay. Alright, once we get the rest of this power stack, then we expand production some more. I think we might be able to get this. Yeah, perfect. Get that, and do I have any undergrounds? Make some. I'll just put a ghost for that there. There we go. No, that has water. Get that in there. And I have one more steam. Oh no, I already have it placed. Okay, so I need one boiler and then 2 steam engines, and we can just expand this endlessly that way. And then I have the power for it. I think what I'll do is get another one, another void works, and generate twice as much in the foundation. I also don't understand why the science meter looks like this. I don't recall having this issue before where it was constantly jumping up and down, like all the way to 0. Now if you start accumulating more, it won't necessarily drop all the way to 0, but I don't really get why. I know sometimes if you have like productivity, having it spike makes sense, but having it drop to 0 doesn't. I think it'd basically be continuous. Alright, how's our stack looking? A little too many materials, as it turns out. Just have to keep getting rid of this slime. It's always a hassle. I was actually thinking about doing maybe is it would make the Steam network take a little bit more space, but maybe having 2 lines run through here, having one be the void fuel for like the backup, and then having another thing be like this burnable junk that I need to constantly get rid of, because until we get the heating tower, which is gonna be very, very far, I don't just have something that I can just throw stuff in to get rid of it. Or honestly, even the recycler, I guess, would serve the same function without giving us some sort of power generation back. Landfill. I want to say the second stack is almost done, right? It's getting there. These 2 side things, but then we'll have a whole, what, like 8? 4.5, 6 point something, I think. So we are generating extra power. Get that, and we have 2. Exactly enough. Perfect. All right. Yeah, 7.2, close enough. How did I squeeze between the... Oh, there we go. Okay, so I'm just perfect. Okay, so per expanding production, it's too bad I can't use a lot of this copper and iron to just directly generate stuff. Although I do need to start using some of that stone, I guess, for void sheds. Hell, even if I don't automate them, I can at least put them down and they can start generating stone for me. Bunch of other stuff I'm gonna have to get rid of too. This void flux recipe that we're working on gives us the ability to turn most raw items into flux, which we can then use to have the crafting times of other things. Sadly, it doesn't work for disgusting sludge. It would be too easy to figure out a way to permanently get rid of it without having to use boilers. And once we get fluid, I'm gonna want to stick tanks on the back, since those are a hell of a lot more space efficient than accumulators are. That a storage tank can just hold an endless amount of or hold steam perpetually at a given temperature. You know, just gonna put slime in here. Well, it just accumulates on you. That shouldn't cause a cascade power failure. Actually, I guess we're making enough science packs off of this. I know we'll eventually need these shards for something else. By making gems, although I guess that research for that is... Yeah, it's locked behind oil. Okay, I don't need to worry about that quite yet. It'll be in the future. Righty. Well, under the lab. Now I just need somewhere to put it. Can easily fork a couple labs off this. Let's also just use all that iron and copper on science packs. I will need a couple inserters. That's okay. I'm actually surprised that these stone furnaces are able to keep up with these. I didn't realize they'd be able to process the materials fast when these things can spit them out. Obviously, they still accumulate junk, but I think I'm gonna have to revisit my design here. I wonder if one stone furnace can actually handle two void sheds. Let's find out. I have space to empty it out. I don't know if I want a space here. What to do with all this coal that I'm accumulating? Yeah, I haven't really been enjoying Cube. This is Voidblock. It's like SkyBlock or SeaBlock, but you know, purple everywhere as far as the eye can see. Would it have been better if you got to have more cubes? No, not really. I don't know, something about the way that a lot of the crafting things worked. I don't know, I don't like having to scoot the cube around and everything, but yeah, it might have been a little too tedious for me. So I've been doing this offline for a bit, and we're about an hour and a half into this specific run. Just trying to get landfill. I guess I could use the the foundations as well. There we have them. Fill those in. Yeah, so I don't know if you've ever played SeaBlock. Although SeaBlock start was probably a little bit more tedious. It does in fact support the DLC. If I scroll down, you'll notice the rocket silo is just on blue science. And yeah, space platforms. I don't know if we actually traveled to other planets. You see the planet Discovery is here, but I've not actually made it to that stage. So who knows? You can make space platforms. You do get the ability to summon from the void. Okay, so since you're just coming in, and for anyone new, I'll start it over from the beginning. So your basic block is this, right? The void shed has one thing it can do: simple void crafting. It generates an item from this list here, and it's not in fact just one thing. It's just everything's rolled independently. So you can get multiple things, but a lot of items, you can't really filter them. What is your basic crafting component? Takes 2 seconds, but the void sheds have a 0.5 speed, so it actually takes 4 seconds. And then you eventually get these void forges and void works here. I mean, they're the same building, just assembler Mark 1 and 2s. It lets you summon items directly, although they still have a chance, except for this void fuel here, they still have a chance to generate other things. And of course the crafting time starts going up, and they also take power, whereas these don't. I needed to test if a single furnace can handle these babies. What is your favorite thing? Are you Commander Shepard, and this is your favorite thing about these mods? That is nice. I know biters are a huge pain in the ass on on my warp drive save that I've been doing off stream. That you know, Doxer Sub sometimes joins for. It's been fucking relentless. We're getting pirates now, and they can like snipe our walls and stuff. Our enhanced flame turrets do a shitload of damage, but like, you know, it takes time for them to get there, and they usually need to wait for the creatures to stop moving. Do I have any? Yes, give me. Alright, my crafting queue is full. Can I summon in inserters? Void works. Void they works. I can't summon in inserters yet. Sad. Well, let's get our laboratories tripled. And I need to somehow balance the fact that I have hundreds of copper and iron in my crafting queue. And if I uncraft them, I will explode. You know, I bet if even if one stone furnace can't handle it, a steel furnace definitely will be able to, and I'll be able to shuffle my my building plants around that. In my other run, I just made a straight up stack of 60 of these and then filtered out the products. But if I can smelt the products and then filter them, that's a lot better. Also ensures that things will keep moving. Could probably uncraft those, right? So much coal. No more burnable stuff to get rid of? I do. Try getting rid of this coal before this void fuel. Air pack. Okay. Fuel these up. Get the damage upgrades that are probably going to be useless. Well, no, they won't be. If space is a thing, then they're not going to be entirely useless. Especially if the other planets are in fact not the void and have creatures on them. Then, well, at least for Vulcanus and Gleva, we will have to enact our right to self-defense. Best inserters. Okay, so once we learn steel, we can start conjuring inserters. Excellent, excellent. Probably have to set up a couple things for that. let's start expanding our void stack. Just go ahead and start uncrafting these. That might not be as bad as I think. Oh yeah, it's not. Get some inserters. Get a few more inserters. And just start bulk crafting red science again. There we go. Science. Okay, so if I need a blacklist stone from these. Oh, sorry. Get that going. Rip these out. I wonder if it'll need a fast inserter. I guess I could just make multiple chests. Now, what am I going to need to leave inside? Use whitelist. I know I need to grab the stone blocks to get them out of there. Everything else is burnable, although I can't promise that it'll necessarily actually go through all those materials, especially if it's not one-to-one. Yeah, they're building up on everything. Guess if I just blacklist or only allow iron and copper through, then I'd have to figure out another way to fuel these. I think doing them one-to-one might not be a bad idea. Just to force the amount of fuel being burnt. Although if these aren't running 24/7, then that's... They're not like Minecraft furnaces, they just go. Okay, is that... I could probably just upgrade that to straight up electricity. Let's see, how are we doing? 31. I need another one of these for land. This was a plate and place it in such a way that I could start belting the products out. Excellent. Doot. Oh, this isn't going to crater my power supply. Oh, these are... Wait. Yeah. Thought I accidentally placed the ones down that needed coal. Let's get these. Okay, right, I need some more electric power poles. Are you even going to be able to branch that? Probably. Okay. Get this and get that. Now our landfill rate has quadrupled. Not to mention we'll still be getting plenty of stone out of it. What I'll have to use it for next is likely making more power. No, we're at about a half, but I think these three here just took up or increased our power draw by like 25%, so it'll keep being a battle. Okay, well, this void fuel is able to stack up. I might actually change the inserter location so that the belt can get double-sided. Yeah, let's do that. small change, but I mean, once we make more, it'll be a hell of a lot more necessary. Maybe grab from these, deposit the ore, craft the stone. Not sure what to do with this coal. Actually, I could put the coal on one half of the belt. Although they're probably not going to grab the coal because I don't think you can set a priority on the inserters. They'll just keep grabbing the fuel until there's no fuel left to grab and the internal buffer runs out, and then they'll grab something else. Well, I have an idea. What is this out? Ah, yes, the stone. Stone. What's that even using for fuel? Disgusting slime. That coal is really stacking up. I do the coal as well. I'm a little worried that the disgusting slime alone won't be able to handle it. Although it'll also have the wood. Alright. Let's move this experiment. So what I can do is turn coal into... Can I turn coal into void flux? I can just craft void flux. Inverse void crafting, that's what I need. I also have these to get. Craft that, I get those. Void belts, void starters. High inverse void craft for refined stuff. Okay. You'd start dumping coal into there. Once we get it, let me actually that up. And yield tech tree. And slowly see about expanding our power. Preemptively. Really, I can't like squeeze behind that? Okay. Oh, it's gonna need to be one more block because right, this middle is not shared. Well, at least we're able to keep it paved. That was another mod, not the one that I'm using right now, but it's one that basically turns dirt that you frequently walk by into compacted dirt, or like rough dirt or something. You'd think it makes you move faster, but no, it makes you move slower. It's to incentivize you to put paths everywhere, or proper flooring. Although there is another mod, not necessarily in this run, but one that changes the chance to remove like ground debris. I think it's not very high initially. It's like 25% to like move like grass and stuff. And there's a mod to change that to make it 100% so that you don't have any like grass or bushes poking through your concrete. Which, you know, I could understand maybe liking it just not being completely the same everywhere, but at the same time, if I'm putting concrete down, you know, maybe I do not in fact want want grass showing through it. Once I get steel, oh, I have steel. Okay, I need to start smelting steel. Let's move this then. Get a couple stone furnaces to start making some steel. idea what I'm supposed to do with that. There we go. Dump some more metal in here, and we have some... Actually, I guess I could just dump that in there. I have some rough steel to go off of. Our output is full, because you have a bunch of garbage. Alright. So, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3... Should be good, although we'll still need the side pieces. Then we need a little bit of our iron back. Another boiler, a couple steam engines queued up. A couple lights for good measure. And that red science will be done at some point. This once I get this inverse void crafting done, I will be able to start sending stuff back to the void that gets a little too piled up. I don't think it necessarily crafts any faster than just making the void flux by itself, which is a little bit of a shame, but it does function as some sort of item dump for most items, at least most intermediate products. Power is at about half. Well, we are about to expand it. Feels wild zooping around like this. And, yes, the steel axe to increase our mining speed. A little surprised that there's not... I could have sworn back in the day, there used to be like a multiple mining speed researches that you can get that were each worth 100%. Of course, it still doesn't beat robots just instantly picking stuff up, but it was nice. I think we just got that research for steel axe. Excellent, I can start making some steel chests. So we can stockpile even more. Guess there is also always the ability to destroy it just if we really need to get rid of stuff. Well, there's a really fun mod you can use to make it so that if a building gets destroyed, it does not destroy the items inside of it. It just spills them out on the ground. And then you can't get rid of stuff that way. This means rip your game world if you use one of those big warehouses that I actually do have from AI warehouses. You have thousands of items spill out over the ground. But luckily there's the pick up dropped items thing, the deconstruction planner, which is very nice. That's basically almost there. More slime to get rid of. Start manually putting them in these machines. I don't know if you ever get far enough that it's just never a problem. This is the one thing I know that lets you pull resources without generating byproducts. Requires a fluid that you have to craft. And it's not free, necessarily. It's crafted out of other things. Which of course leads to more space and energy considerations that you have to be making. Where's it all full? These already went through all their goop. the goop doesn't take that long to get rid of. Of course, because its fuel value is so low, you need like multiple inserters, and then putting it in there. I guess in the mid game, if you're still having to deal with it, you can just use the Gleba tower or the recycler. Though I don't think the goop is used for anything, so... Is it used for anything? Yeah, burned in. Alternative recipes. I don't want alternative recipes. 0.03 second craft time. Beautiful. How's that out? The one is not enough. I see. Ooh, that was one tile too big. Unfortunate. Oh, we could start getting the bones of it down. Where is that gap even? Isn't it like right? I think it's right around here. Oh yeah, I can see the ghosts for it. It actually might even be more apparent once I put these down. Kind of hard to see. I guess through multiple layers of ghosts, but I see it. Can't hide from me forever. And now it's already not a problem. Put this in. Got 2 inserters. I apparently didn't count right. I made 3 and 6, but I don't know, like 4 and 8. That's odd. All the great mysteries. That. Actually, now that we have steel, isn't fluid handling like one of the earlier green recipes? Apparently not. All right, it's after engines. Engines and automation too. Then you got fluid handling for tanks. Okay, well, I believe this power should last a while, so let's keep expanding our void furnaces. I don't even know if using a single steel is necessarily going to be needed. I think I will have to push that out a little bit more. Maybe back landfill it did. Well, that's one problem with using this foundation. So if you're trying to paint, it'll keep picking it back up. You're alternating between the two. Not that we get foundation very often, although we do get the ability to summon it more directly. I thought we got it a lot sooner than that. An 80-second craft time. That's kind of rough. Void platforms. Might be useful sometime. Okay, well, let me rip these up. And I can just let that science rip for a bit. So we get those. I will need something for offloading them from the other side. And I think I'll also need to load these furnaces somehow. Maybe from this side? So I don't think that the slime by itself will be enough, but if I leave anything else there, they'll just eventually get backed up. Decisions. I also need more stone. Of course I do. Let me just bulk craft the Bunch of stone furnaces. Is this an even amount of them? No. Okay. Well, if nothing else, I can get these running. And expand behind them for a way to empty them out of more products. Okay. I think a single normal inserter will be likely fine for most of these. And then I'll just run a belt. And at some point, start filtering them off. So this power line mess is already starting to accrue. Ah, well, what can you do? I'm actually just gonna leave the foundation in there. I think I might even switch these recipes over to the void fluid one. Although I think I'll need to bump this down a couple tiles. Can't move that. You know what? Let's drop that back in there. Rip that up. And just to keep things symmetrical, drop this over here. There we go. Gives me a little bit more room for me to, let's see, void works. We almost have it, almost. 99%, 198, 199, remaining time. All right, there she goes. Really? It's a hell of a lot of progress on 199. There it goes. I guess the science packs being flopped about messed that up a little bit. Okay, well, we could turn you into juice. I can run them back into the machines. So I believe. Yes. Now that'll start running twice as fast. And I just need to be able to put coal into them. Maybe from a belt. That way I can expand this down. What's the crafting time? 1 second. I think one in normal inserter should be able to handle that. Ooh, okay. Move it out one. Invert, no, that's the wrong recipe. Reverse that. Then piping it out of the back. Unfortunate that that can't bridge the gap between them. And if nothing else, actually, can I inverse Voidcraft void fuel? So it's not really necessary. 20. They all take 1 second to produce 20. Okay. Might even just need a... Oop. That's not what I wanted to do. Not insert, or... Is it like literally just right there in the center? No, it's right here. That was weird. Okay, so let's see. Put that there. See shitty small power poles. Hmm. Because if nothing else, I could use like a bulk kind of deal with multiple inserters pulling off of it. I don't know if I have enough space for that here. Well, if nothing else, are we even able to keep up the void flux demand? Not really, no. What if I put another one? This one I might even just have straight up generate void flux. That might be able to help. Let's actually pull up our production. Fluids. Okay, so that's making enough. So getting the balancing act for it is always a little bit of a problem. I have to deal with all this backlog. I know we'll pretty soon, yeah, high inverse, be able to get more. It takes a copper plate. It takes 1 second and only produces 20. I do wish it made more. And maybe that there were bulk recipes, but it would be nice if it functioned kind of similarly to the recycler, wherein more effort to make an item meant you yielded more flux out of it, because everything just giving the same. I guess it also means that there's the only reason you'd want to use one is because you have a certain amount, or you have too much of a given item. You know, I bet there's probably some sort of combinator thing that you can build, some sort of big ol' circuit condition to actually dynamically change the recipes based on what you have too much of and what you need to get rid of. Okay, well, pick these up. Actually, I should probably even have them go the other way. Oh no, these are just straight up stopped right because they're full of garbage. Tale as old as time, and now what to do with those copper plates? I could probably just swap this one out for copper. Send it down, have it do a priority output only for use a splitter with a priority output, have it be so that what is it? It starts backing up, it goes down the other line. But given that these are gonna have both copper and iron on them, well, nothing else I can get. Apparently not very much stone. I'll need copper or carbon later. Let's drop that void stuff. Those void shards. I don't remember what we just unlocked. Oh yes, plates. Text plates, in case I feel like writing on the factory. I'm putting big letters instead of playing on alt mode or the map showing the recipes. You know, actually, if I'm gonna have them split up like this, I could probably just, it'll take a lot of splitters, but just have it be splitting constantly. And then I won't have to then I'll be able to actually have two separate lines. Okay. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger. That works. Take these down. I kind of had them to mark the center of the map. I kind of wanted to build something here. Oh, you know, text plates. Perfect. I love it. Okay, well, after each one of these, let's filter iron. So it doesn't really matter which one is which. And I'll want to change these up as well. Let's go ahead and rip these up now and get them all dealt with. And if nothing else, I can start putting a buffer here at the end. Actually, I think if it's too close, then they'll just grab unbuffered stuff, at least on this end, because I don't think it actually gets shuffled over until it goes through it. There we go. Yippee. Get some more transport belts. Can just ignore the armor. Kick all the copper down there. And if I need a store of something, it'll be there. You are slightly in the way. Okay. Let's see, get this. Oh, that means I'm gonna need to fix the freaking inserters. Walking over them with the F doesn't pick up what they're holding. That's a pain. Too fast, so they don't try to grab the bricks. I guess I could have just blacklisted bricks as well from these. So it's, if I ever have to pick something up again, they don't try to do the same shenanigans. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, right, I forgot that you can just fix power poles in that way. I don't want to fix this. That's fine. Okay, inserter. You want a normal inserter is fine for these. I guess like this, it'll still have a chance of getting clogged up with copper, which will then clog the iron, but it'll at least be a little bit neater. So I could always do a double splitter, but I don't feel that's worth it. Okay, so you guys, I need to start taking the stone out of you. And maybe run it to an assembler. Right. So I'll use a whitelist filter for these. We have some more flooring. We do. Start filling this in for space. I'm stuck. There we go. God, I love having the mech suit just to not get stuck on random things. And also being immune to the #1 killer of engineers, the train. Oh, I'm out of stone bricks. Guess I can do the same thing here. What I did on the other side and take the... basically do an inverse of this. Take the stone and the bricks out and then filter them at some point. Why does it do that? I don't need to be, like... crisscrossing like that. That's so terrible. You know, we're just gonna live with that. Okay, and then instead of whitelist, we black... or instead of blacklist, we whitelist. Take all that garbage. Still a little worried on the whole building up of fuel products, but it is what it is. Okay, we'll get that there. Put that to a chest. Yippee. Now I need an assembling machine. I don't know how many assemblers it'll take to be able to deal with all the stone. But if nothing else... I know it's going to take a lot of inserters inserting. It needs like 20 a second. Yeah. Well, until I can expand this, I'll just... Yeah, that one can probably be normal. I need to save power where I can. Okay, well, we can deal with that. I wonder if that'll be enough throughput to clear these out. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, it looks like it's catching up. Yeah, okay, we should be good. Of course, I still have to worry about the fuels. Are these even taking... I could blacklist coal and send it down to the inverse of void thing, because these aren't working all the time. Okay, inverse, let's see, coal. And these now have to get rid of coal. I'm gonna have to deal with coal here as well. Okay, what about if instead of filtering that, I filter to stone and send it down the other path? Then I just have to deal with this. Okay, I'll just move my stockpile a little bit. Brick. Brick. Perfect. Stockpile. Put it there. Some more bricks down, because of course. And let's see. I have some undergrounds. And the stone stockpile is completely empty. So I'll run this over here. There we go. Now we can allow coal to be picked up from these. As if I had electrical furnaces, I wouldn't have to worry about feeding these things properly anymore. That's definitely going to be a few streams worth of progress, I feel. But I think the factory is shaping up. I just have to keep expanding this. What if we will be able to actually offload that coal fast enough? Making a chest might help. Yeah, you know what? Chest it is. Only to get this line drained out a little bit. And also get a little bit of a buffer, although... yeah, it's backing up. But this probably still isn't going to be enough void flux. So I have to see if these pipes actually start filling up. No, the pipes will be the last thing to fill up in a network. It'll always try to fill everything else connected to it first, before the pipes start acting as a buffer. But I mean, all the machines are running. Oh, and we're out of coal. Okay, well, that's going to be short-lived. Well, let's get some more of these. Luckily, we have all these bricks to craft these forges with. Nothing else. I can just start making the void flux raw. At some point, I'll have to set up a thing to have squishing items down be the primary way, and then use like logic to activate these when we just don't have anything to get rid of. Works, yeah. Okay, we'll get another one. That should help. How's our power doing? 5 out of 15. Okay, well... what are these? Looks like they're going through the wood now. I do wonder if the disgusting sludge is just gonna be enough. You never know. Guess for these, I can go ahead and blacklist wood. And we'll let that be our test bed. And these will allow wood. Like the filter of what we're allowing and what we're disallowing is... that could be flipped at this point. Oh, great. Now I need to deal with that. Filter, blacklist, wood. Blacklist, there we go. I could probably get some inverse void crafts for wood going just to get rid of it, now that I think about it. Let's see, let's get these down. I'm out of pipes, apparently. Iron plates, iron sticks, voidtronic circuits, stone bricks, and steel. We can make carbon, which will be useful later. But for now... oh, right, I'm gonna actually need to run these down. Speaking of which, I should probably have this be symmetrical. You know, just so that it looks nice. So, These aren't gonna do anything. We'll do that. That's not right. Yeah, it's in the middle of the second one. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Then we'll do this. But only allow wood. Oof. It's full of slime. I hate to see it. Yeah, so that means that this is... These are probably fine, and I can just get rid of the wood as well. I wonder if they'll actually be able to keep cycling through the slime. Or if these are just really backed up because they just had so much and they'll eventually run out. I guess we'll find out if these stop running at some point. Looks like our copper is actually almost completely full. But now these are all generally... okay. Let me see. Let's rip the wood out of these. It seems we are having a clogging issue. Ingredients. Yeah. I'm gonna just go grab the slime out of these and dump them into the power generation and see if we can't. Did I not click the first one the first time? I didn't. So getting these, and if the thing is still stable, then at least we'll know that the void slime is good enough. Oh, it does seem to be good enough. Well, that's nice. That means that I'll actually probably need to get another inserter, but... Oh, these can be hooked up to a circuit. Okay. Because of another, I could hook up an inserter. Well, some of these seem stable. Some of them don't. Oh, I guess RNG be doing that. We'll let them run for a bit. I also need to get more steel going. Well, any steel going. So that's the very small temporary one that I made at the start. And I think I'll save the rest of the landfill for when we need more power, I should say. It's likely going to be soon. Oh yeah, it doesn't look like it is stable. Guess if nothing else, I could forcibly dump a lot of these to balance them out. Go from there. That way the furnaces are full of fuel and the void sheds are empty. Damn, almost 4,000 crafts. They're putting in work. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's probably going to be a little slow until I get more of them. I wonder if 2 will be enough, or if I need 1 per lab. I know one per lab is more than it needs. You know what? I'm gonna rejigger this. Put this here. Actually, 1 per lab might even be fine, or 1 for the 3 labs might be fine if I was using the other recipe for it, but I'm not. So this here, and then Put these both on blacklist. The science pack? Yeah. There we go. Where was I storing the other stuff? I don't recall picking up a chest just now. Maybe I did. Okay, well, if nothing else, this should go a lot faster. One tile short of having it all filled in. What luck. Okay, so crafting steel will start really condensing down on these, on our iron, but that still leaves us with a lot of copper that I'm not doing anything with. And it looks like our void flux is actually backed up. Okay. Well, use this to load this. All right, and I'll need fuel. Can I run that over here somehow? That's not gonna be able to span two. Okay, but what if I do this? Yeah. Oop. Not quite what I was wanting to happen. Did I have this here for a reason? Probably not. I mean, nothing lost power, so we'll leave it at that. Perfect. Start getting the iron on there. And then, do I have advanced material processing? I don't. Oh, but I also don't have green. I thought I crafted like a whole load of green science. Oh, right, I canceled it because of inserters. Okay, well, let's go ahead and craft those really quick and get steel furnaces. Yeah, it looks like these can't quite handle it. It's unfortunate. Void inserters. Inverse Voidcraft, and basic Voidcraft productivity. Looks like it can't quite handle 3. So 1-to-1 is too much. But less than that is too little. I guess we could just do 1-to-1. Can I line all 3 of these up? It's such a weight that I can belt everything. Yeah, okay. Get an inserter here. Inserter here for a chest. I'll put yonder. Now I can just print belts. If this outputting directly into the chest, and then these two. Some iron. We're just gonna continuously be the main resource that we are starved for. Perfect. Ah, okay. And then actually I could just store everything in here. And then get another chest that I only take the void, or that I blacklist void packs, and then, yeah. That should work. Let me go ahead and juice this up, I guess. I don't get why some of these, like the rest of these, are seemingly fine. It could just be because I put so much fuel in them at the start that they have a backlog to go through, and that they are not all, in fact, going to be stable, which is a hassle. Oh, but I have an idea. If I had them spaced out more, I could run underground belts between them horizontally. And then pick off the fuel like that. As it stands, there's only 2 spaces right now. If I have Bob's adjustable inserters, that wouldn't be a problem. That mod makes so many things, like just building a lot more compact. Especially you can have like 18 inserters all like drawing from the same belt, loading the same assembler. That's because of their wicked range. I suppose it's got nothing on the fun mobs, Bob the Inserter. Which is a very, very, very stretched out purple inserter. I don't know exactly how many tiles range it has, but it's funny to look at. Blacklist. Void Archaeology pack. There we go. Now junk won't load up that chest. At least for a little while longer. These 3 should definitely be enough to keep that going. And then let me go ahead and queue up advanced material processing. We'll move that up in the queue. Actually, put that in right now. So we're gonna have slightly better furnaces for us to cook with. I think they need steel and stone bricks, I think, right? Yeah. So we want to leave those stone bricks. Let's check on our landfill, see how much bigger we can grow. Some stone, make some more landfill. And start growing the project out more. Should just go ahead and paint with a bigger brush while I'm at it. There we go. I don't think we'll have enough bricks to pave it, but just have to call it the price of progress. It can be paved in our hearts. Alright, stone bricks. What else did I need those for? Right, I need iron. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Get those, and our power has been stretched out. Only to keep an eye on these, because it looks like I might be outstripping our rate of consumption. Like they're just clicking on one. Indeed, we are consuming more void fuel than we're producing. Okay. Hello, Vincent Nightshade. Need to hydrate. Well, I suppose I can. Hope you're having a good evening and welcome in. All of my ice and my drink is fused together. But I still have some water. It's doing good. Just trying to make our starter island a little bit bigger. Or a lot bigger, as it so turns out. This mod has additional logistical challenges of, you know, our basic material gathering generates a whole lot of stuff, so we have to generate, we have to deal with byproducts, deal with backing up on stuff. If you back up on copper in the base game, that doesn't necessarily stop iron from working, but here it does. It's a delicate balancing act. And I forgot to put my steam engines here. There we go. Arm power is about 1/3. Second, that can last a little bit longer. I wonder how much I would like this game. I like RimWorld. I mean, it's definitely a very, very different type of game. I think Factorio is great. Obviously, this is well, maybe not obviously, but it's modded, heavily modded. I know some people tend to get a little stressed out when trying to learn the game because they feel like it's a lot, but in the base game, you know, I feel it definitely starts off a lot slower and guides you towards things. You know, you don't have a whole lot that you can craft at the very start. And, you know, you always start next to a couple of resources like an iron patch and a copper patch and coal and whatnot, so you naturally gravitate towards those. And, you know, you start researching things, and since things unlock gradually, you know, if you book research stuff without ever, like, really looking into what you've unlocked, it can get a little overwhelming because you'll have, like, a whole bunch of things with little exclamation marks telling you, hey, you have this new thing, and be a little hard to figure out like where to go from there, but I think it's generally paced pretty good. And it's a game I've spent a ton of time on. Always got time for Factorio. I think personally, bouncing between different bunch of different automation games, for me, I might need to mix in like a different genre to play. Yes. So Factorio, like a lot of games, when its DLC came out, you know, just like Cyberpunk or what have you, it also had a huge update that implemented a lot of changes and a lot of quality of life that's separate from the DLC. But I think the DLC is definitely worth it. If you've not played a ton of time, Factorio never ever goes on sale, so you know there's no pressure to get the DLC, but it does change the game progression massively. You unlock the ability to craft rockets, which without the DLC is like the end of the game. Let's see. You see, it only requires the 3 colors of science packs. Usually requires a lot more, and it's the end of the tree. You also, because it changes how things work so much, if you do just play the game by itself and then pick up the DLC later, you'd probably want to start a new world because, you know, the progression is changed so massively. But I think the DLC is definitely, if you like Factorio, Space Age is even better. It adds, I think, 4 planets. Let's see, 4 planets which all have their unique theme and their own different progression that's entirely different from Nauvis, which is the first planet that you start on. I don't know how they're going to work with this massive overhaul mod that I'm playing, but each planet has its own gimmick, and you know, you can kind of see from the icons they'll also look different. Fulgora is probably one of my favorite ones. Fulgora and Vulcanus I think tend to be player favorites. Vulcanus here, you pump up lava and you can print metal out of it. So you basically have, you know, infinite resources that you're just smelting out of metal. And that's a lot of fun. And then Fulgora, you actually craft backwards, which I think is an interesting mechanic. You can gather scrap off of the planet, which you then recycle, and you can get like high level stuff that you typically be crafting towards like the end of your first planet, and you can keep recycling it down to you know, break into its base components. I didn't hook this up to power. They also have unique soundtracks. I think Fulgora's soundtrack is probably my favorite. Yeah, they all have their own unique gimmicks to change up the gameplay. I don't even know if I'd call it a gimmick. There's no monsters on, there's no biters or enemies on 2 of the planets. Of course, if you really dislike biters, you can just disable them when starting your game. And of course, it also adds, as you can probably guess, space, not just other planets. Space is mainly used as a, you know, to travel between them, and you don't manually fly a ship through it. If you've ever, like, how to describe it? It basically functions off of train schedules, almost. You just tell a ship to go somewhere, and as long as it has enough fuel, it will just show up at that planet. And then, of course, getting interplanetary logistics is a whole thing, but I think it's enjoyable. And also, as you can tell from it like being so far like down the tech tree before we can even start getting to other planets, it eases you into it. I obviously don't have the experience to say how it is if you just start Space Age like raw dog with no Factorio experience, but given how the game is, you know, it gradually progresses. You get like one thing at a time, and you can kind of deal with like setting it up and building it before you move on. I think it's not too complicated to get into. Hey, steel. I use more steel to get more steel. There is in fact a demo. I don't think I ever played the demo. Is the demo on Steam? No, they have the demo on their own. There is a demo. I don't know how it works. I know that they, yeah, I'd have to look into the demo. I mean, you might as well try it. I think one of my friends tried it, but they didn't. Obviously, having no full game experience, wouldn't know what the differences are. I wonder if it's basically like the full game, but just without mods. Let me look that up. Differences between the demo and the full game. The tech tree. Demo only goes to green science. Okay. And no mods. So there's definitely like at least 10 hours to play in the demo. See if you like it. I need to get automation 2. And I think engines, right, and then fluid handling. I still need to get like actual science production going, but details. do. Oh, one nice thing is you're not gonna have to worry about babying mentally handicapped colonists like you do when you're playing a RimWorld. Although for some people, wrangling inept NPCs, I don't know, might be part of the fun. Instead, there's only one idiot you ever have to deal with. Or maybe you don't have to deal with, but you know, that's all on you. I know frequently in my factories, after given enough time, you know, I'll come across a construction. I don't understand how it works. I don't understand why it works. I don't understand who would build it that way. But typically there's only one person to blame. You'll have a moment where, if you're familiar with Warhammer lore, you know, a lot of the stuff the Mechanicus doesn't know how it works or why it works. It just works. And your own factory, given enough time, will become like that. I need to unload this faster. Maybe. Oh, I don't want to do that. God, this speed mod. There we go. I would also advise, if you ever look up stuff in Factorio, you'll probably see a lot of results for blueprints. As a new player, I would advise to stay away from those. You know, using other people's the blueprint system is really nice, but using other people's blueprints will, I feel, kind of lead you down into a hole of never really experimenting for yourself. And also, it's very easy to stumble upon just absolute dog shit blueprints that, as a new player, you can't recognize as being terrible. There are very few blueprints that, most of these I built myself. There are very few I would copy from someone else, and it's mainly like busy work stuff. But yeah, just stay away from that if you're getting a feel for it. Started playing the game recent Mechanicus. I actually have Mechanicus. I've been meaning to play it ever since I saw the Mandalore video on it. No, it plays like, kind of plays like XCOM, doesn't it? I was never really one into XCOM, but I also kind of just, the setting didn't really jive with me. I do like Warhammer, although I don't play Warhammer tabletop or anything, but my favorite faction from the lore is the Necrons. Obviously in the Mechanicus you don't play as them, but it's nice that they're there. Fun so far. I'm looking forward to the new one. I didn't know they were making a new one. I know they came out with a DLC, which I don't have, but I know that opening song from Mechanicus absolutely slaps. And of course that that meme copy pasta that people see, that people post everywhere about the weakness. How does it go? Ever since I realized the weakness of my own flesh, it disgusted me. I don't remember the rest of it. Something about already being saved. I don't know. Yeah, that comes from there. You know, when I was playing the Warhammer, someone made a Warhammer 40k mod for Barotrauma. They put in some music from Mechanicus in there. And head to bed. Well, thanks for dropping in. Hope you have a good sleep. And if you check out the demo, I hope you have a good time with it. right, let's... I guess the power is looking fine, but you know what? It doesn't hurt to preemptively expand it. Especially since I built this fuel thing and never put offshoots for it. Okay. Why is that not? Right, because it's trying to go to the other side. Well, that's fine. We'll preemptively expand this. Actually, oh yeah, I did that expanded all the way. Let me go ahead and expand it for, let's see, I think it needs 4 tiles. 1 for the pipes. 1, 2, 3. These. Also make it square. Eight more. Okay. Welp. God, running around is so slow. I do like when you put pavement down next to something that borders water, that it actually gets this outline. Of course, it'll look different depending on which one you use. So probably one of my least favorite mods of the or parts of the Bob's mods are that it changes bricks to look like something else. It adds new bricks, and the new bricks take the they're a lot more expensive to craft, and they take the appearance of these ones, and then the ones that you craft like this, which is the raw stone, look ugly as hell. And it's terrible. And if you want your base to look nicer, tough shit. Void craft productivity. Yeah, okay, that looks good. Whereas now we are stuck with a whole bunch of copper. And nothing to do with it. What can I absolutely get rid of it with? I need to start making electricals. Just an alternative. Oh, but that's not going to be used in. I guess there's always inverse void crafting, but like... I don't feel like that's going to really be a lot. I guess we could set up automation science packs, although it uses twice as much iron, and iron is the thing that we do not have a lot of. Okay, what about if I get... Void works, right, I need iron. Well... Okay. Let's pick up some of this copper. And stop smelting the iron into steel. Grab that, grab those. Can grab all this stuff. I'll get some more void works, and I'll have to send some of this extra copper down. Do I split it off? I don't know if the output party really matters on this. I'll have to... Yeah, I have to drag it around. Bring it down. And start turning it into void juice. As it looks like we're... not keeping up with our demand. It's time to hopefully keep this sketty down. We do love our spaghetti. Okay, that is... That's it for for floorings, I guess. We'll have to wait for a little bit more. And of course, these aren't running all full time. Is there anywhere else we're accruing stone? No. Yes. So let me get a little bit more. Oof. Okay, well, if nothing else, I can turn this into, yeah, turn the copper plates into to juice. Don't know how much that's actually gonna help. Oh, I need one more. There we go. We'll build that for future expansion. Let's get that wound around here. Perfect. Actually, we'll probably need a fast inserter. I don't really want it to... like to have them be pulling in from the same side, but it is what it is. And actually, hold on. If we get another one here, then I can get... okay, that is in range. Okay, well, this will at least get us a little bit of output for our copper. Keep it so that if nothing else, we are avoiding a little bit of it. So we can't, yeah, I can't run that back there. Oh no. Oh, damn it. Okay, I might need to use a long-handed or flip it back around. Okay, I think we'll have to flip and reverse it. Or, yeah, okay, perfect. It doesn't even look that bad. Hey, it even says we actually have void flux on the tube instead of it just being empty. And all these are running. I wonder if that's enough to keep it going. Ingredient shortage. I guess if a bunch of these don't have any ingredients to smelt. Hello, Aquis. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good Friday evening. A good Factorio Friday. How have you been? Indeed, I was getting a little frustrated and not having fun with Cube. I'm being a little ADD with my Factorio inclinations, but I don't know, I'm just trying to find something that I have fun in. I don't want to just suffer through an entire series just to complete it. This is the Voidblock thing I was talking about. We are in purple. Lots of purple as far as the eye can see. Yes, where all we have is what we make. It was a little unfortunate that in SeaBlock, the other mod that I've played that has a similar loop like this, the particulars are different. SeaBlock is a little bit more tedious than this one, but instead of crafting like dirt, you actually get the option to craft like grass or sand or something to spice it up. Played a bunch of divers with Marvel. A bunch of divers. Like Helldivers? Yeah, that has to be what you mean. I hope you had some good dives. I still haven't done any of the under... Didn't they put like underground or like tunnels or something? Yeah, I've been wanting to do another SeaBlock one, but it's not updated. So, you know, Voidblock, I guess, is the next best thing. Also, space exploration is not updated, but I already know that that's not a mod that I have the mental fortitude to suffer through solo. I've beaten Crestorio 2. I've not beaten SeaBlock. I was chunking away at SeaBlock with someone, but then they got busy and I didn't want to like play it solo. And by the time they wanted to play Factorio again, 2.0 was out. And honestly, 2.0 just has so many quality of life features, I can't go back. I know one of my friends was trying to wrangle me into playing a Factorio run with them. They didn't have the DLC, which is fine. You know, I can just disable the DLC. But they also wanted to play some older mods, which meant rolling back the game version. And like, I don't know, man, 2.0 was pretty nice. Did I already go through? Well, hey, I mean, I got rid of all the extra copper, so... Copper, I hardly know her. God, why is it always running out of fuel? Okay. I would say I think we need more landfill production. But alright, I need to finish building that. Our power. Probably expand these a little bit more. They're clearly not providing what we need. So let's get our power and then we'll focus on elongating this. So it's going to be 8 and 16. 5, 6, 7, 8. 15, 16. Perfect. And we can pre-place these. And of course, I need tubes. Metal tubes. I don't want to play something that's a little bit of a different genre from what I normally stream. I know I've been playing a lot of automation and or management games recently, with I guess Barotrauma being the exception. Not really sure what's been grabbing my interest lately. I played Matchless Kung Fu and I did have fun with that. I opted into a beta test version, which massively overhauls things, but it's also incredibly buggy. And like, yeah, obviously if it's a beta version, but like some of the changes it makes are just so big and honestly kind of nice. Makes it hard to want to go back to the normal version. Power 6, a little bit under 30% power draw. Question is, are we still generating enough power? Let's open up the production menu. Fuel. Okay, we are... Well, I just put down more boilers, so I guess that number's not going to be accurate. And obviously, the short-term production is not super accurate either. We'll wait a few more minutes. I do love sourcing materials from the deep and with less side effects than calling upon unholy healing in RimWorld. I might want to condense this and move it out of the way. So I'm going to expand this, then I'm going to have to move these elsewhere. Which is going to be a little bit of a hassle. Typically you want to expand, I'll pick one direction to expand. DLC in general is just not something I enjoy. Yeah, I can easily say Anomaly is my least favorite DLC. For the other DLCs, I can find some things to defend for them. But Anomaly, I mean, I just tend to not engage with it. And when I do, I don't have a good time. You know, having a multiple sight sealer attacks back to back to back before my people have even crawled off the ground to recover from them and prepare for another one. And that stupid cube. You know, I don't really use any of the things that we craft from Anomaly. Like, it adds those, like, metal blood serums and whatnot. But I find it's more trouble than it's worth. The only thing that's nice is sometimes you'll have that sinkhole that you can dump toxic waste into. But, of course, I also don't use mechanoids very much. Well, the main thing I like from biotech is the whole xenotypes thing and being able to grow your own colonists, which obviously with my vigil runs that I've been doing, or I guess one run because it's been the same run, raising children is not a thing that that we really engage with often, but it's still a nice mechanic to, you know, more finely craft your colonist, at least in the absence of having the brain editing mod that I also have. One of the nice things is being able to use creatures for powers, and sometimes we can make decent things from ferrite. Yeah. All the psychic rituals just don't seem that useful. At least for me, the only one I ever use is the one to provocate the void to try and get more things to happen to fill up my codex so that I can advance the anomaly. With the ultimate goal of shutting it down. It's gonna be something I'm gonna have to deal with. Okay, well, since putting it off. Oh, that's so much copper. Yeah, I mean, on one hand, I appreciate that you can just not engage with it, or even on world generation say, hey, yeah, that's gonna be a no from me, dog. That's spoiled to get rid of. Then at that point, why get it? You know? I guess becoming inhuman could have some uses, but I've never actually had a colonist become inhuman. And of course, when you get that psychic occult show up on your doorstep that you have to go deal with, or else they're gonna abduct one of your people and I don't know, make him show rated Shadow Legends or something. I guess it doesn't really require your attention more urgently than a siege does, but I don't know, at the same time, it still feels like a hassle. Install bionic arm, true. Right, I need to be expanding it this way. Okay, well, it's been expanded. I should just let the inserters deal with it for me. Oh, inserter. All this copper clogging up everything. What's the current order from Super Earth? I was trying so hard to keep up with the war bonds, and then they had to release not one but two back to back. One, of course, costing 50% more. Fight bots. I like bots. I feel bots to be much less annoying than bugs. Although I guess my main annoyance with bugs is what is it? Trying to remember. Right, the predator strain. Something that's fast and tanky and swarms and invisible. Typically with enemy design, you do a pick two, not pick all of them. It's not gonna be able to deal with all this copper. Oh, good. The chest is empty. Well, let's empty out the iron chest now and make some steel. This is steel I'm not gonna have to move. Look at that arm go. And that's empty, and now I can move this whole thing. I wonder if I should reorient how I have it laid out. Let's see. Why? Okay, I don't know why I had a space there. Must have accidentally picked it up. No ingredients. Ah. Because it's full of fuel. Redstone to force use of CC, which for bugs is often useful, but not required if you could just kill them. Yeah. No, CC is not something I bring often. I don't know, maybe I just need to change my entire toolkit, but like, I'd rather just go fight bots at that point. Cannot insert disgusting slime. Hail as old as time. Oh, this thing is entirely full of junk. Okay, well, so much for moving that right now. Let me see if I can't figure out what I want to do with this. We'd like to have it be in such a way that that I can keep expanding leftward without keep having to move my chest over. But at that point I'll need like these to be merged and these to be over here, and then deal with this somehow. Yeah, my biggest gripe is, I guess, specific enemies or the type, the strain. With bots, I don't know if there's anything that really annoys me too much. I know those stupid mech suits that fire like 3,000 grenades in a volley. Those are annoying. You know what? I'm gonna have all this space. Do that. And we underground. No. I guess just pulling it all the way to the right is gonna be the least painful route. So copy pasting we go. There we go. Get that. Doot, doot, doot. Can't even tell which direction they're in. There we go. Just like the Fire Hulk and the Shotgun Devastator, because you're able to one-shot you with basically no warning, even if you're wearing medium fire armor. The wear heavy and the shotgun will still just sometimes kill you if one of the pellets is a headshot. Yeah, I don't like getting one shot. Yeah, especially if they're zerging you. No, the Devastators initially start off as a God damn it. Initially start off as a heavy enemy when you know start encountering them in the base game. Uh-oh. Belt contamination. Or not the base game, but like the basic difficulty. And then you just run into them all over the place. Some you one shot by things like a factory starter. Well, yeah, it has like multiple giant fuck off cannons. But then like just normal, I don't want to say like the grunts, but I mean, they're basically the grunts. They're leveled up grunts. Higher difficulties basically uses them more than they use the basic peoples. And you have a squad of them drop down with their miniguns and just like keep you pinned down forever. I get these. Yes. This I can put here. And then I'll put priority lift. I am out of belts. So this is Void Ocean. Once I get oil research, I'll unlock a recipe to basically filter it into water. A chance of getting like some garbage, but barely any. So that'll be nice, because right now to get my water, what I'm having to do is summon it. Oh, this is actually getting kind of full. I'm having to summon it from the void, and there's also a lot of garbage that generates. All the void casting, except for like this item. There might be a couple other things that don't have extras, but like void fuel. But yeah, you can see here. Oh, that's not that. But I want to call in. What else am I summoning in? It's mainly water. You know, 85% chance to get water with well, let's round it up and say 15% chance to get some garbage that you have to deal with. And basically everything is like that. You get 85% for one and 15% for junk. There is also all the vanilla recipes. Like, it doesn't override them, it just gives you options. You do need to do void casting at some point in the stage, but which stage you use it as up to you. Like, if I wanted to, I could just straight up call in like I could call in inserters and belts and stuff. You can see they do take, like, splitters take 75% 75 seconds to craft. So, you know, you do have a time investment. Also, these things do start eating up energy when you spam them. So recycling, no. You have to get to full gore to recycle. Craft item scrap. Oh, does that mean that when you get this or void craft? Yeah, okay. So you have to unlock Fulgora to be able to recycle. Most of this stuff, most of the junk is burnables, but that disgusting slime has 250 kilojoules of energy, which is not much. You know, the worst next thing is wood at 2 megajoules. It's obviously an eighth of the power. It's so terrible that even a normal inserter just cannot shovel it in fast enough. Which also leads to problems, because if you want to like make sure it gets burned, well, you can have it you can easily have it where if there's too much, your inserters simply cannot shovel it in fast enough, and eventually, well, your boilers won't have fuel to boil, and then the power goes out, and then the shoveling stops entirely. But I was thinking about setting maybe a side boiler that just takes junk. Not really using it for main power generation, but just using it to get rid of stuff. Of course, you can't just throw stuff in a boiler and expect it to go away. If it can't make steam, it won't actually consume the fuel. Yeah, for the most part, one of the most popular junk things is also like stone. So that we actually have to do something with. Although stone is used for landfill, which, you know, it's how we expand operations. And typically as you go higher and higher, the junk items will be like whatever you need to craft it, but you know, like earlier in the tier, like if you want to craft if I summoned in fast inserters, it'd be an 85% chance to get a fast inserter, but like a 10% chance to just get a normal inserter, and maybe a chance to get like an iron plate and a gear wheel or something like that. There is eventually the option to call in stuff without junk, but of course that has its own trade-offs, and it requires catalysts to run. Nothing for free, except I guess these basic void sheds, which just generate a lot of garbage constantly for free. That is something that we can do eventually, although the rockets are not rockets aren't the end game of the DLC. Where is it? It should be around here. There it is. So we can summon in rocket parts. 80 seconds per rocket part. Actually, I wonder how that works. Function of rocket. Oh, it just makes a bunch of stuff used in it. Oh, that seems kind of less useful than the other stuff. Whatever. A flux cycler. 10% productivity, that's kind of neat. Exalted Void Works. No productivity. Oh, Void Railguns. Conjure in Railgun Shells. Yippee. Summoning in a Railgun ammo from beyond the pale. Expand that. Get that connected. Now our copper has an output. Okay. I feel like I might have to set up that burner boiler a little bit sooner. Of course, it needs to generate steam. That means you have to craft it. That was actually kind of something I was doing in my UltraCube run. Was I had a split power thing, and I had an entire set of boilers. Although obviously crafting boilers and whatnot when I had infinite space and basically infinite materials was not a problem. But just to siphon up some of the extra steam that we were making in our processes, I don't really have a way to, well, an easy way to force it to take the power from the other one. There is a power switch that you can kind of wire up, but you need accumulators for that. Because you'd basically connect it and say, okay, well, if the power network has a certain amount of power available to it, connect the power, and if not, and its only way to tell power availability is power storage. I do not believe that you can actually see like these numbers here, production and satisfaction. You have to wire it directly to an accumulator charge, because wiring it to anything else, like, yeah, these can't even do it. Ripple with a hydrate, and making me stay properly hydrated. All right, I suppose I will acquiesce to this request. Okay. Hydration has been achieved. Yeah, you know what? Let me go ahead and get that. I'll get 2 boilers. That'll show them. And I need to stop this so I can start piling up more iron instead of converting it all to steel. Now doing this it's got its own problems. Although if I can properly get rid of the junk, then that will help solve some things. But using this Voidworks here, I can also just call in iron ore. And it doesn't have a chance to give me disgusting slime, which is nice. Well, it's got a stone, which we can turn into landfill, so that's fine. Iron plates, obviously we can just bypass smelting at that point. And then void shards we need for stuff. Some stuff somewhere. Although specifically targeting these. Let me go ahead and set up a planner here. Let's not show disabled. Show hidden do. Maybe not show hidden. So if I wanted to make, let's say, enough iron plates to fill a belt, a yellow belt that's 48 stone for, well, I have steel furnaces, so. You know what, we'll stick with stone, because if I upgrade to steel, then I can still just upgrade the belts to red. So 48 stone furnaces, right? Now, for iron ore, if I wanted to craft it, let's say, using the mostly direct thing, I would need 33 forges taking consumption. Why does it not tell me how much power it needs? Huh. 10% productivity, that's not right. Each one is 800 watts. That's weird, it's not giving me a power readout. Well, I need 33 of these. Ah, that's why it's not. Okay. There we go. And 17 megawatts to run them all. Elsewise, if I wanted to use the stupid void sheds, I would need 400 of them just to make iron. Although that would make enough for a copper stack as well, so that's kind of nice, but that would also generate a lot of slime. So, you know, let's start getting 33 for, do I even have 17 megawatts? Okay. I do have 17 megawatts to spare. Let me begin stockpiling. Ingredients, why is that not? Yeah, these do generate kind of slowly. 33. I'm not gonna, might as well make a 34. I can actually have it if I make it use goop, but where's that generates its own problems. Then I'll need more machines to generate the goop, which will offset the machine savings for both energy and space. Okay, well, we'll at least set up a dedicated thing. Well, it's gonna take a long ass time to get enough iron for it. I guess I could start building it piecemeal. Okay. Oh, right. I need more foundations. You know what I'll do then? So I'll get this. I'll get more foundation crafting. I hate when that happens. Okay. So close to greatness. Whatever. Dude. With those going, that'll probably drain like all of the juice that we have, but yeah, you know what? I'll just do the normal recipe for those. Save our juice. They'll craft slower, but they won't ever stop. So that'll get us some more of those, and then then I just need to get the old furnace stack up. Let's also leave a little bit of space. Okay. Where was I? Let's make this a line. Okay. So 48 furnaces. I have 49. Perfect. So that, and then don't remember exactly how much space I need. We'll want to output on the interior. Put this here. I'll have to put spaces between them. Which means grabbing from the exterior. That iron. Nope. Which means one more tile. And I think that should be perfect. Then I'll just need to drag this back enough to actually have that many spaces. Wait, no, I won't need to put a space between them. Okay. Perfect. Slurp this up. And I think we're golden. And then we copy paste. Of course, I still have to manually build it all. But it at least gives me a guideline. So I think what I can do is split the belts for iron and copper. Wait, does it need two? Indeed, it is a rough time. 15. Oh no, that's gonna need its own if I split them like this. Oh no, no. Half belt will be fine. Half belt will be fine. Okay. Well, the one mod I probably should have gotten is something to add early game bots. Aw, my belts. Well, this doesn't have to be necessarily a full furnace stack. because obviously if I wait until it's full, it's gonna be a long time. So I will get a partial furnace stack up. How many am I gonna need for these? It's not 1-to-1. Just summon that in. What is it, like 2-to-1 about? Oh, it's 48 divided by 30. 3. Something like that. Oh, it's a little bit more than 2-to-1. Or 2-to-3. So as long as I have, let's say, 6 Voidworks, which I just so happen to have. Okay, then I'll need some void fuel. Who's ready for some skitty? I'm trapped. Okay. Ideally, I would probably want to place my own void fuel thing over here. So you know what? Let's do that. Wait. Can I change the fuel? I'm pretty sure I can change the fuel on this. Fuel resources. Here we go. Oh, there's something even lower. Void fuel. 0.4. We shall summon you in, and 2 will work. Okay. Perfect. Then I won't have to worry about running them over there. Oh god, that horseradish cheese is still haunting me. I should have eaten something else. Like on top of it. To try and make my stomach forget. Forget the crimes that I inflicted upon it. It tasted very good when I was having it. Afterwards, not so much. It cleared my sinuses out, so that was nice. Did I make this too cramped? Okay, we'll get that the heck out of there. Aha, okay, hold on. Plate. We'll just fucking have that schling on over there. And then what is gonna be left? How the fuck did that happen? I clicked the... Okay. Whatever. It probably wouldn't have been so bad if I used a hell of a lot less of it and used more of other cheeses to kind of mellow it out. That was the dominant cheese in my grilled cheese sandwich, and I do not recommend that. Okay. There, I think that looks good. Zloop, zloop, and then we'll need to give it the same treatment. But oh no, we straight up do grilled cheese sandwiches. Want to mix in some veggies. Yeah, I like my grilled cheeses. I would say plain, but I like mixing cheeses together. If I was smart, I probably should have asked for a sample of a new cheese I have not tried. I'm trying to find the perfect blends of cheeses for me. Obviously, American cheese is, you know, a classic. Also, I don't know how the hell I'm gonna get the fuel onto the other half of this belt now. Two. 3. Nice hammer, Swiss. Yeah, I have a Gouda. That was the second cheese, although that cheese was almost demolished. So, I had more of the other cheese that I just got because I didn't realize how low the Gouda was. So I decided I'd use more of that one instead. I think I have some normal cheddar in there. I'll have to, like, be a little more sparing with that horseradish cheddar. Go back to the store and just get some more normal cheeses and maybe sprinkle a little bit of horseradish just for the kick. Here we go. Now we're talking. So we get the fuel in there. Yeah. Yippee. I could probably squoze that in there. Yeah, fuck it. Void fuel. Inserter. Well. And then splitter. Ah, it's all coming together. We have our stack. We have a 1/6 of our stack. Some red Leicester over chicken and potatoes and rosemary. I just wanted something simple. I've been in the mood for grilled cheeses. I also have some rye that's I've not tried on with a grilled or tried making out of a grilled cheese before, and turns out it's actually quite good. I usually just use you know, my normal wheat bread that I buy. Been getting me some rye lately. That... Oh. I see the problem. I can fix her. Okay. So, not there. Right. No. I need to force the... I guess force the iron to be on the same side of both of them? Hold on, I could probably... Right, so that should... The iron should always be there. Yeah, undo. Oh. Okay, hold on. What was I cooking before? Ah, that's the problem. Okay. So that's on the left side, and then that'll still be on the left side. But now, filter, deconstruction planner. I learned, well, I don't recommend people new to Factorio, like, look up tips and tricks. There are a couple neat ones that you can learn. Perhaps if you want to use a splitter to merge a couple belts, you can put something that will never ever be on the belt. A common thing is like one of these planners here. And it will force stuff to never be on the other side. You don't have to worry about items just sitting there. Okay, excellent. Does that not look right? Because it's not right. There we go. Okay, am I storing those? Doesn't look like it. Okay, we'll just merge it. Let's just set that instead of blacklist. We'll just set that to coal specifically. So if any contamination happens, it stays there. Meanwhile, filter, void shard. I already brushed my teeth, but maybe I should have a snack. I have some crackers with peanut butter. Okay. Void shards, sharded. Let's go with these over here. That's not what I wanted to move. No. Oh, this is being dealt with. Why is this clogged? Ah. Because the steel. Or the iron. Because I was wanting to move it over there. Okay. Well, else I can go ahead and get this going. That fast starter will eventually catch up. Although, obviously, I'll have to fix this so it does not backlog like that. Might even just move the slitter and have this go somewhere else. Obviously, it's the most convenient for the iron to go where it's needed. Aha! I have solved the problem. Alright, what I do is inserter. Got a little buffer here. Then this should never back up. And if anything, if the rest of the iron is backed up, I will have another buffer to grab from. Good. Oh, it works. Then I just need some stone bricks to make some steel furnaces. I could probably afford to just leave this at 24 blocks and then easily flop it over to the other one. Also, since I've already built this logistics here, I might as well just expand this way. Instead of bringing it back here. Yeah, I can just build the stack out further this way and then build the ore generation out this way. Kind of wanting to have this be built in such a way that is it gonna even need multiple belts? Yes, the iron itself needs its own belt entirely. So what I'll probably have to do is have this on both sides, but also have a second belt. And I wonder if long-handed inserters will be able to handle it. I'll have one inserter doing iron, and then one doing the other shit to keep it moving. And then I can the void fuel shouldn't be a problem. Although if I have them double-sided, then ooh, I can't do double-sided. I'm gonna have to put them on this side. Okay, I'll just have to put fuel on the ends then. So 33, let's just round that up to 34. So that's 17 on either side. Okay, how many void works? 15. You know what? Start plastering it and get it ready for full production. I see this is out of fuel. Give it a jump start. Obviously, it would be nice to just get rid of these entirely. I was kind of initially wanting to get a plan to like actually use them, but they seem like they're more hassle than they're worth. Also, we seem to have no green science. I didn't really automate it, so expected. But you know what we can do is cancel that for now. Oh, I don't have any other purple science to get. Well, never mind. I guess they need to be more specific since the vanilla game has purple science, void science. Okay, so 17. So landfill do we have? Let's grab that stone as well. Convert that to easily 8 piles of landfill. So we're at 6, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17. And I probably should have copy pasted the other things, whatever. Dude. Dude. I'm already rounding up. I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's get this built out. Go pilfer some more iron. Howdy, Kato. Welcome in. How's it going? Oh, right, and then I'm gonna need more for the fuel. Oh, the 2 fuels were for the entire stack. Okay, well. Guess I overdid that. Oh, looks like we're running low on power poles. That's what we need some wood for, so maybe I shouldn't be juicing all the wood that I come across. I'll just let that wood chest accumulate for a little bit. And then... you know what I really love most of all is just being able to flip fucking blueprints better. That's all I've ever wanted. And now it's here as we live in the future. Okay, so if I cap these off with a fuel thing on either end. 1, 2, 3. I'll probably need a little bit more room for shenanigans. I also don't have enough void works. So let's actually do the fuel ones first. Oh, I'm out of inserters. I should probably start summoning them from Cthulhu's realm. Once we have some extras. Oh, right, I'm also going to need the second belt. Which means I'll have to redo my logistics entirely. Or my cleaning of the belts. And I'm also going to have to redo... Ah, shit, I'm going to need a lot of long-handed inserters. I have a lot of long-handed inserters, good. To redo my power poles. This does not spark joy. However, let's terminate this belt now. How am I even gonna get this out of here? I was not having fun with the cube, so I destroyed it. The cube is dead. I would say long live the cube, but no live the cube. That's not gonna solve that. So that'll just fuck that belt up. What if... There we go. Okay, and then I just have to flip and reverse it. There we go, that's taken care of. No, both lines will have exactly... I would like to balance them out to deal with RNG. Belt contamination. I have to deal with all this. Okay. Well, if I have the long-handed inserters, off-putting the extra junk. Here. Yeah. I'll even just have been copy pasting them. Just to make sure that I don't mess up with my my placements, then we can go ahead and get these in here. And V. Perfect. Oh no, I didn't set filters. Use filters. Blacklist. Iron ore. Okay. Get rid of that. Why is that one not placing? Okay, well. Now we have our junk belts. Oh, I guess just because it's completely empty. They're completely full of something else. I guess with them being extra, we shouldn't have to worry about that going forward. That means I'll also need to make sure that these only do iron ore. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. Perfect. I'll have to clear this belt myself out. Everything else should be working. Inserter's hands are clean. Now I just gotta get the junk out of there. Although, I should be able to just run these straight across. You know what? If that terminates there, do that, and do that. That gives us room to run these through. Excellent. And then we have the extras belt here. That I can just move over one tile. Ah, shit. The iron plates. I forgot about something. Inserter. Perfect. Well, no, there's gonna be a bunch of iron plates down here. That should be balanced. I believe I might actually have a proper stack. I am probably... Oh, I'm actually not anywhere near out of power. Although most of these aren't running because they're just completely full of iron because, of course, we don't have a full furnace stack up yet. Details. Let's see if I can't get more. Voidworks. Need how many? 9. Two. Okay, yeah, I guess stone bricks are going to be the limiting factor for now. Really don't want to make... How does iron plates keep getting through? Oh, yes, because from the other one. And okay. Unless we just do that. And now there should be no more belt contamination. I just need to make this furnace stack bigger. I believe it's 48, isn't it? 48. Obviously it'll be half because these are steel, but we expand, then we're ready for red belts. And honestly, that should probably last us until we can get foundries. At which point, the smelting will be entirely redone. Of course, we'll probably have to redo it for electric furnaces, but once we get electric furnaces, I feel like getting foundries isn't too far off. But we'll have to see. Okay, so 12. Oops. Too much iron. Okay, let's just turn this all into science packs. And copy this 4 times. 3 times. My power poles aren't even. Why did I have an extra one over there? Mysteries of the universe. So that's 12, 36, 48. Get our crafting queue nice and clogged up. And see what we have for these. Okay, I might just have to stuff these full of materials. It looks like some of these are getting a little full of disgusting slime, which is unfortunate, but it's how it goes. Okay. So that should be 22 if I didn't count wrong. 22, excellent. What was I supposed to do with this slime? Right, I made some extra boilers. I did not make any steam turbines, apparently. I don't know how that slipped my mind. I thought I just put fuel in all of you. Well, that's going to be a lot of inserters we're going to need as well. Of course, because this thing keeps breaking. Whatever. Once I have the iron stack, I will be able to copy it directly for a steel stack. Because I believe, due to the crafting times in this mod, steel to iron is actually 1-to-1. Just wild. Steel. Let's make enough for red belt. 240. Right, but and that's also going to be 240. Definitely doesn't need to be that big, but I mean, I don't think I need to do a full 15 steel a second. That seems a little excessive. But if nothing else, I can copy it directly for the copper. I'll just put it right here, and then we'll have our copper line. I'm actually pretty happy with how clean this looks. I might even copy this for my single-player game that I've been doing. It's a lot better than my first iterations. Let's see. I mean, obviously there's some broken stuff. I'll fix that later. And we'll leave that there. Let's see. Voidblock. Furnace stack. Perfect. B1. Save. Alright, we'll put that in my... This is... We don't need this. Put that in my blueprint library for later. Oh, the trials and tribulations of being botless. Okay, stone. I have the slime. Alright, I needed to keep filling this in. I'm gonna be as economical as can be. Won't even worry about placing an outlet just yet. The steel. Obviously, we'll have to... Not for the steel, for the iron. To get to it at some point. I'll do one extra. Looks like they have extra. I'll put it in a box, and then I can bring this... the iron line down here, and that's a stack. Hell, I'll probably have to deal with our extras, somewhere else. So we'll leave a little bit of room. So we're not pushed right next to it. That lined up otherwise? Yeah. One, two. Perfect. Beautiful. Damn it. All right, I forgot something that 2.0 added was you can pick up landfill. So you can't just pick up normal dirt, but it's a nice quality feature in case you accidentally fill something. It also makes making nuclear reactors a lot less of a pain in the ass. Although with Water 2.0, making nuclear reactors by itself is already a lot less of a pain in the ass. So, you know. basically a double bonus. No for the biggest ones. What people would have to do is make blueprints that require being pasted over water just so that you can have pumps that can actually deal with the massive water requirements. Although now I think due to the fluid mechanics, you know, basically being instantaneous, I think a single water pump can handle like 192 heat exchangers, which is wild. Anyway. Slime. Let's get rid of these. So I have these prismite ores that... Well, this is no, all of it's not done. Right, what was I waiting for? Bricks. How many did I need? 9. I think I'll just put these for belts for the time being. Doot. It's gonna be slow, but it's gonna be something. Okay, well, I don't have any inserters. Long-handed inserters it is. We'll swap those out later. You know, something that works is better than, or something that works and exists is something, is better than something that is technically perfect but does not exist yet. What's the hold up? Oh, right, because, so just pull this iron out. I want to make some more lights as well. What's our current biggest power draw? Of course, the void works at 10 megawatts. I do wish that the satisfaction, that the electrical info was more like satisfactory, where it would tell you what your absolute maximum theoretical power draw is if everything worked. Those shower words, I'm doing my best. I'm trying to remember what the quote. It's better to exist and be flawed than be perfect and not exist. You know, I think it's like for like software development, endlessly thinking of like edge cases and stuff and trying to pre-optimize for things that may or may not even happen, whereas instead of just making the thing work and then optimizing and ironing out issues later. Obviously you're always fighting against the forces of entropy, but you can't, there's always a fine line you have to draw between trying to ward off technical debt before it happens and fix it after the fact. Belts. Oh, you know what else I need is inserters. Wait, does this make 2 at a time? Okay, it does. I was a little worried that this might have only made 1 underground belt at a time and not give us them in pairs. That would have been something. I know there's one mod that I was playing. I don't remember which one it was. I know it's a more popular mod, but it allows you... I think it added loaders. I don't think it's AAI loaders, but it adds some like loaders that gives you the option to like some cheap shitty ones, and they take underground belts to work or to as a crafting ingredient. But you can craft them 1 at a time, and they also take 1 underground belt apiece. So if you're not paying attention, you can craft an odd amount and then have an odd amount of underground belts. Which reminds me, I don't have Orphan Finder enabled. That's another classic mod that I must have forgotten about. That's what it says on the tin. If you have any underground pipes or belts that are orphaned, it will point them out to you. Very useful if you look at your inventory and find that you have an odd number of belts. Sometimes it'll be because of an orphan. Sometimes if you're, especially playing with other people, it'll be because someone else picked up something and you also picked up something, leaving you with a odd number of things. Damn it. I thought I had 49. I just had 49 stone furnaces. Okay. Grab some more. I don't have steel. Okay. Let's go load up the steel foundry. Or just deal with its output. Well, yeah. And luckily, if this gets clogged, that shouldn't cause problems for anything else, unlike this, which obviously all of your production is based around it. Some getting clogged means you don't get anything else that comes out of it, which is not a yippee moment. Store my ore. What else do I need to put away? This will put away the void shards. Carbon, we'll need it later. I'm probably not going to use any more void sheds. Matter of fact, I kind of want to get rid of these. I'm already just having to get rid of the extra copper that we go through. And I can reclaim a lot of space. TV. Got all this to deal with. Void fuel. Might as well load it up. Alright, disgusting slime. You know what else I can throw in here? Perfect. Get rid of these void sheds. I am done playing with you, void sheds. Goes into the ground. So I don't think we're going to need base stone furnaces anymore. We've leveled up. Do I have an assembler in my inventory? I don't. Okay, can I make an assembler? I can't just print one. Shame. Eventually I will have the technology. You know what I can do is start printing those inserters I was talking about. We'll grab that Voidworks. I don't know what that was supposed to be. It has found a new calling. 85%. Yeah, just go with normal and sturdy voice. And I picked the wrong recipe. Wait, why do I have normal inserters now? Oh, right, the furnace stack. The old stack that we just ripped up. That's the wrong way. Living without bots is hardly a life worth living, I gotta say. Construction bots to do the building, logistic bots to make sure that your inventory isn't full of garbage. We had it good. I feel like I missed up one of the placements on those. Oh, that's even close enough to, I wasn't thinking about that at the time, but I was wanting to space them out. Is that as far as it can be? It is. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I was wanting some space between them, but for them to still be connected with the power lines, so this actually worked out. The stone furnace over here. It's our ramshackle science. That's beautiful. Eventually we'll get the ability to just print concrete, refined concrete. Which of course looks even nicer because it is bigger hexagons. Oh, and now we have inserter or assembly twos. At some point, we will get the ability to call in crafting machines from the void. So these memory cell units that I got a mod for. Stores an infinite amount of stuff, but it says it has an amount on it, but it's supposed to basically be infinite. And instead, the more it has, the more power draw it has, which, I mean, obviously we can't just endlessly expend power here. But if there's anything that we want to have a big buffer on, might not be a bad idea. Drop you guys off. Just go ahead and cancel that science and get all that other stuff that I bulk crafted ready to go. And we'll come back to that later. I was wondering why I wasn't reaching all the way to the end, because 24 on one side is too many for yellow belts, but that's okay. At least when we unlock reds, it's good to go. We don't have to do any additional work. So we're front loading the work, but it'll pay off in due time. Now let's go ahead and start getting this nice and fleshed out. Oh, she'll be done when she's done. Oh, I didn't even know I could change the recipe of ghosts. That's nice. You know, something else that they changed is usually if you put a blueprint down and it didn't have an item that you had unlocked, it just wouldn't place the item. Or if you placed a blueprint for an assembler, the assembler would just, it'll show a red X on your book, and then when you try placing it down, it wouldn't place it. But now it just remembers what's supposed to be there, and it just won't let you craft it until you unlock it. So it's gonna be part of your print now. Yeah. I have to go through all these right now. Copper. God, I need belts immunity equipment. Uh-oh. Dude, 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 dude. And then blacklist, copper. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm actually not even going to be able to reach all over there, but I don't have to, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. I'm used to just building in map mode. Of course, I don't have any radars, but it's not like my base is big enough to need one yet. I know that was something that was really bothering me in UltraCube, is having radars be so far. And not just, obviously, with no enemies, you know, their radars are a little less necessary, but it's nice to be able to remotely check on your base and construct stuff, although, I don't know, we had robots unlocked yet. You know, it's the principle of the matter. Of the meowder. Arg. Right. Need to change that to copper plates. Get that filled in. Perfect. Oh, there's another mod I liked using called auto build, which you have to be standing completely still for it to work, but it was a toggle, and then you just start placing stuff automatically and a little bit further than your build radius. It's basically an alternative to bots. Obviously, bots don't require you to stand perfectly still. It either had range options to just like let you build super far away, or it like worked off of far reach, which of course I also frequently use. Also led to the ability, or the situation, where I would forget to turn it off, and then like other people in the game would be placing blueprints down, and I suddenly wouldn't have any items because I would be building their blueprints, and also vice versa. Okay, we officially have a full stack. Now I don't know where this is gonna go, or where the steels are gonna go. You know, I could do a bus on this. Could get the old bussy design. So at some point I'll have to have multiple stacks of these to have. You know what? Actually, yeah, we will go with a bus design, and I will build the bus left. And I could just expand our ore upwards, because these stack sizes should be exactly the same. I think the steel one will be a little bit weird, because it takes a lot of steel to compact a belt. But since, and I could have sworn in vanilla it's not 1-to-1, but since iron to steel is 1-to-1, with the amount of iron that it takes and the craft time, that means I would just need to figure out the ratio of void works, and then just put down a number of those. So yeah, I think that'll, we'll just have to start laying down some lines and obviously get some more landfill. Ah, we seem to be running out of void fuel. Let's fix that. Good thing we have all of this iron that we literally just set up. Void forge. I should probably get a consolidated place for it. Hell, you know what I should probably do is figure out how much a single thing can power. I want to say that, no, I know for a fact, yeah, that we can just do power output in here. Let's see, 4 megajoule, void fuel. 0.2. 0.2. That doesn't seem right. It's not 1-to-1. Is it really 1-to-1? Huh. Okay, how much does this say? Max consumption 1.8 megawatts. Okay. Each one generates how much? 60 units of steam. Yeah, so Unless there's some... So it's not exactly 1-to-1. 0.6. Hold on. Okay, so if this needs exactly 0.2... where the hell is the setting? I don't think it's under administration. No. There's a setting to make it have more decimals. Implementation. Wait 1 second. But why is that not giving me how many void works that makes, or that needs? By element, configure by factory. Okay, 5 to 7. If I just put 100, so 1 can handle about 1.34. It's an odd faction. That's almost 1-to-1. I might as well just... Might as well just make it 1-to-1. Seems to be a little bit of a blackout. Okay, so how many of these do I have? 20. I'm not gonna have enough void works for all these. Get rid of this jank ass setting. So I have that. This is a temporary steel thing, but I don't know if I want to rip it up, but I will give it its own void fuel line. Just so that I can focus entirely on power for these. And maybe I'll just put the void fuel like right here. So it does not have to go very far. Dude. Also, so I can hit both sides of the belt. I don't think I'm gonna need multiple inserters. Of course, this is gonna take some time to jumpstart. Oh. So I have some more landfill to salvage. Stone. How about I can't turn other materials into landfill? Let me just turn iron plates into landfill. Okay. Obviously, that's not quite 1-to-1, but it should be something. I guess not having all those extra burnables. Well, you know, it's what we have right now. And eventually I'll have enough landfill to feed my needs. But that's not today. Exactly. And these engines are fucking going. Looks like we're able to meet our power demand. So Just have to hope that that happens. Of course, now I'm not making bricks anymore. That's a problem. Can I summon bricks? I can summon stone and thus turn the stone into brick, but that take power. Oh, we keep building these more. Stone. Okay. How fast did it make stone? 2 seconds for an 85% chance to make 1 stone. Meanwhile, it might be 1-to-1. Well, hello there and welcome in, raiders. Thank you for the raid. Oh, I really hope I don't butcher your name. Asahiski? I hope I said that right. Welcome in, everybody. I hope your stream went okay. Were you also streaming Factorio? You were. Always nice to see another Factorio player. Were you doing vanilla or modded? I'm doing Voidblock right now. I'm pretty sure I put that in the info. This is my first night on it. But we're making it work. I hope your factory was very productive. Still just trying to figure out getting proper fuel for everything. Summoning things in from the void is... I mean, it's not without its drawbacks. Apparently it takes a whole power plant to do. Can I take off this power line? I can. I'll actually take out most of these now that I've ripped out a lot of that old production. And I do need to get stone bricks making again. I do believe that one void works, maybe even two, might be able to handle a single stone or a single steel furnace. So we'll get that going. I'll have to hand feed it because I kind of don't want to set up a belt for it, but that's okay. Let me actually move that over a little bit. Also, a stack of that fuel should last a while. Stone. Alright, I'll have to set filters on these. I guess I might have to set filters on the other ones. Steel. Yeah, let's put a blacklist on that. And everything else should be fine. Oh yeah, that also puts stone bricks for us to use. Although that means that these are going to be in 2 places at once. Okay. Maybe we'll just output it onto a belt. And let the belt deal with it. So a lot of this is not necessary anymore. So I can just set up a bunch of splitters somewhere else. I could even make use of a lot of the central space. So bricks. Hey, thank you for the follow. Kotoki? I think that's right. Welcome aboard. I do appreciate it. It's hello, hello. And again, welcome in, all raiders. I hope you're all having a wonderful evening. We're just kind of chilling out here in the vast, deep, purple of the void. Alright, I forgot to get fuel for this thing. Blacklist. Yeah, so if I have another one, yeah, that should be fine. Let's get this and start setting up different filters for everything. I don't know what else is going to be generated. Right, the void shards. Get those filtered out. And these do not need any fast splitter. And that should be enough storage for quite some time. At some point I'll have to get science properly automated. But that can wait until we get a bus. We have everything important that we need. I mainly just need land, and a lot of it. Which also means more land production. Although I want to make sure that this is stable before we move on. And I guess anytime I add some more boilers, I'll have to make sure to add some more fuel production. Right, I don't have any more forge works. Be coming in a little slow. I guess what I'll have to do is expand this a little bit more. As long as we're not hitting our full power draw, this amount should be fine. I think I might just stick with 1-to-1, just to keep it nice and easy. It's obviously making like one fuel printer for every 1.3 furnaces is a little bit of silly math that I don't really want to deal with. Our belt's coming along quite nicely. These extra iron plates. I don't know what else we can get rid of here. Although it seems like we have enough void flux, so it might not even really be something I need to worry about at the time. I know water is, water's got these byproducts that we have to deal with. Water would be nice to be generating pure, but that's like really far down. Eventually I get this like green goo that I can do. Where is it? Yeah, coherence infusion. There are a few ways to make it. Yeah, reduces the random chaos. It unfortunately doesn't, you know, when you're picking your different crafting materials, like for this, you have your basic one, right? And then I mentioned that the plus void flux recipe takes half the time, but the coherence, it doesn't also take half the time plus reduce the randomness. It's just, it's not random. And it also takes a lot of juice, and you don't really have a good way to generate more. But it is what it is. Military science. I feel like that's kind of useless in this mod. Although I don't know how Vulcanus and Gleba, how they work in this mod pack. We will definitely get there. At some point. The fact that we'll eventually be able to just make the stuff from it makes me wonder if we'll actually be able to go there, but it does have space platforms. It has a bunch of stuff for space platforms, and of course it has a planetary discovery, so I'm guessing the Voidcraft is just going to be a way around it. I can't imagine why they would give us, like, not just space platforms, but you even get the ability to conjure platforms, and if it didn't make use of the space age stuff, I don't see why I would bother with that. Voidcraft. What? That's still in the void works. Can these be planted in space? Oh, they can. They don't have any surface requirements. Okay, interesting. The more you know. Wait, why were sticks highlighted? There's no way we just learned how to make sticks. Why were they green? We did just learn how to make sticks. Sticks are gated by circuits? That's weird. Oh yeah, you straight up can't... You can't make sticks normally. I could have sworn they were a basic thing. I guess if they're not used for anything else, then it doesn't make sense to unlock them before. Okay, let's see, void shards. That prism ore. Prismatic ore will be nice eventually. It's used as a crafting material to upgrade our void works here. So let me get some lights that have very many. Sadly, lights aren't something that you can source a lot of thin air, I'm afraid. Because actually they'd be better spent in our furnace stack, but we can worry about that later. I'm actually quite happy with oh, and I didn't even realize that this my blueprint that I ghosted lined up perfectly in more than one way. I just put like 2 tiles between it and thought, that'd be good. Let's get this right. I made these extra boilers and steam engines, and I don't even need them for the purposes of getting rid of that disgusting goop. Well, I can expand my power later. Let's see. Get some more stone production, which should then also get us more void works. No, that's in my other game as well, my single player game that I was doing for the save. That's another what's the word I'm looking for? A little bit of a roadblock, just getting enough bricks for everything. I hate these small power poles so much. Is this even going to generate stone? Yeah, it is. Okay. I do kind of wonder when SeaBlock is going to get updated, but I'm not going to... I don't think I'm going to abandon Voidblock for SeaBlock. As much as I miss the power of beans, I know most of the Bobs and... I don't know about the Angels mods, if those are updated, but I know most of the Bobs mods are updated. I'm pretty sure Bob and Angel don't mod anymore. I think they've retired the modding community. Oh, the last discussion posts on all the Angel mods are very, very old. It's a shame. I think someone did take up to maintaining them, but yeah. Get some more land. Oh, I already expanded this. What is our power? I don't remember. I don't think there's an easy way to calculate my, like, total power draw. I guess if I look at a long enough period of time. Assumption. Works. I don't want just the top. 16.6 hours ago. I guess the top production would be it. 19 megawatts. Okay, that has to be it. I guess our fuel production was massively underdone. Still not used to the ratios for this. Especially 1 to 1.3 boilers is a little off. Also got this text plate mod. I haven't really found a use for it. I know it can be real nice for like reading your factory from afar. These are only the small ones, so they might be a little, you know, hard to read from zoomed out. But they do come in multiple sizes. Actually, the copper text plates might stand out really nice. Are those 2x... I think they're going to be a 2x2. So... I didn't really leave anywhere inside the blueprint itself to put I could put it underneath. Yeah. Wait for that to craft. So how far am I away from power poles? I should probably bump that up. I really want to get away from small electric poles. They're nice if you can get higher quality ones. You know, 7x7 makes them a lot less of a pain to use, but still. What can I do with this extra wood? Let's throw in the boilers. Keep accidentally skipping over one. Yeah, I don't know if I'd bother looking for a legendary small electric power pole, but I mean 15 by 15, but then again, legendary, actually the legendary medium is only, well, the normal medium is only 2 bigger, but 17 by 17 is huge. Never mind the frickin' substations. That's almost 28 by 20, it's almost a whole tile. Honestly, it's so close to greatness. One thing, a really small thing that I really like that they did with 2.0 was increase the base wire reach of big electric poles to 32. I'm pretty sure it was 28 before. It might have been 30. It was not 32. Of course, a chunk size. I don't know how well it shows up on stream with bitrate compression and everything, but a chunk size, you know, pretty standard 32. Having the big power poles at 32 means that you could actually like place them in the same place in every single chunk if you so like to. Really nice if you get into the whole mega basing thing, and particularly making like production blocks that you can easily copy paste as you need them, instead of building bespoke everywhere. I've tried doing like block designs before, but I don't know, maybe I just don't have the sauce for it. Never looked quite right. Then I ever felt that I was running out of space, in which case I needed multiple blocks together, or that I had too much extra space that I just couldn't figure out how to neatly compact or make use of the space. You know, make the most use of the block. Figure out like perfect ratios for the for the given space, because that's not typically how I design. I don't typically make builds based on optimizing for space. You know, I entirely look at production ratios and go from there. I'm really happy with how this turned out, but obviously if I was wanting to compact it, I mean, I don't know how much I could compact this more. Obviously, I'd shave a little bit off of this. And if I had like Bob's inserters, that would really help. But I don't know. As much as I like Bob's inserters, I try not to use it unless I'm playing like a full Bob's playthrough. It's because I feel like a lot of the production lines are kind of built with the expectations that you're using the inserters mod. Well, I don't think it's a requirement. I also do like loaders, which I don't have yet. Of course, they're very strong. Can I even research them? There they are. No, there's several loader mods. There are mini loaders, or I guess they're not really mini, but loaders that are just in the code and disabled. They take 2 spaces. You know, they're 2x1, or 1x2, whatever. But they move at the full speed of a belt. The AI ones, I typically play on, it has two modes that you can do. There's expensive, and which makes it cost a shitload, but require no ongoing maintenance. And then there's fluid, which basically gotta lube it up. Which I think is the default, although when I've played a few other things... Is that not... Oh, it doesn't reach all the way across. Okay. When I played one of my other mods, for some reason expensive mode defaulted, like on Warp Drive. Expensive mode is classified as the default. And I don't see why using different mods would change the default settings of another mod. That seems a little weird. But yeah, obviously having to pipe in lubricant to use them makes them a little bit more of a hassle to use. They don't consume a lot, but just having to pipe everything over. I want to say it almost like a Quilo Light, where you have to put heat pipes everywhere just for stuff to work. Obviously it's not that obnoxious. You don't have to do it literally everywhere for everything. And we're out of power poles, and I don't have wood, so I just burned it all. I didn't realize I was that low. I can row some wood out of... I'll take that. Give me the wood. It actually generated nothing for its first cycle. Also, do I have productivity? I do have productivity. That's nice. 10% bonus productivity on all summoned goods, or your money back. No, not that I need the power pole for this anymore, but hey, we're planning for the future. How much bricks do we have? Woodworks. Now we need copper. Might not be a bad idea to just shut this whole thing down, since I don't have a copper stack currently. How many more do I need? 9. I'm crafting 11. Perfect. Double check my landfill. And get this a little bit more built out. Probably going to be a hot second before I can get like the actual production part of it. Oh. I don't know how I moved up when I was just holding D. But yeah, if we get this smelting up, then I can slowly start building this out. I don't even need like to go all the way. Although I need the power, which means I need at least that going, and I really don't want to change it and mess with my perfected blueprint. All right, now we have this. Iron. Okay. I'll move it one tile down. Perfect. Oh yeah, that's super legible. Can we see it from... We can't see it from map view. It's just squares. That's okay. Of course, it isn't the color of iron, but especially when we put some bricks down here. Let me brick it up. I think it stands out. I think the other colors that I have right now were kind of too, like iron and steel and stone. Obviously stone isn't going to stand out like at all. It's kind of what I made this colon 3 out of. And like, it's a slightly different shade, but it doesn't really stand out all that much. Eventually you can make gold plates out of sulfur. I don't know what kind of transmutation properties you, oh shit, we're out of red science. That's why nothing's happening. I don't know what kind of transmutation the engineer is capable of, but transmuting sulfur into gold, that's wild. Wonder why this basically stopped. But once I get this, I'll start automating proper science. It'll happen, I promise. Get that. How many furnaces? I have no furnaces. Well, at least I have inserters. Can sit and look at these beautiful flashing plug icons. I think next time I'm just gonna have to play some satisfactory music in the background. Not that I dislike the Factorio soundtrack, but heard the Navi's theme for 7 years at this point. I don't really remember what Aquilo's soundscape sounds like. In our game, I played with 4 people when I was doing Space Age. We all basically split up and took a planet. And I took Vulcanus, so that's where I spent the most of my time. Our 4th joined like way later when we were about to unlock Aquilo. Well, not about to, but kind of later in the pipeline. So they managed Nauvis and then eventually went to Aquilo, so they primarily dealt with that. So I don't have much experience dealing with it myself. I did go to Gleba to overhaul production. By overhaul production, I mean get frustrated at the spoilage timer and trying to optimize things, and my innate spaghettiness always making things just absolutely terrible. Yeah, I do wish that I can deal with spoilage in general, but I do wish that when you crafted the science pack that stabilized it, right? And that you then didn't have to deal with shipping it to, you know, Nauvis or wherever as soon as possible. Because I think you can only build biolabs on Nauvis. Like actually place them down on Nauvis. Let me double check that. I know you have to construct them from spider eggs. Yeah, they're only buildable on Nauvis. So obviously you're going to be doing your research there, you know, once you get to mid-game. Which means you need to ship them. And considering as far as science goes, it's functionally just more durability. What they could instead do is whenever you stabilize it, just convert whatever percentage of spoilage time it had to its capacity, right? So, you know, if you had something that was 40% spoiled, you would get a science pack with 60% of its normal capacity. I think that would be nice. Just don't like having to deal with my labs constantly getting full of spoilage because one planet or another had a freighter take slightly too long, and everything filled up. One easy way is to just like have, you basically need to have active provider chests next to all of your biolabs so that they can just take the spoiled stuff out and throw it away and send it somewhere else. But like, I don't know, it's still a bother. I just want to be able to chill with my science in peace. How am I checking that? chest. There we go. Of course, if I'm being honest, I kind of didn't really engage with Gleba that much. I got a little frustrated with it, and since at that point multiple members of our run were indisposed or otherwise not being around, and I already had, you know, a bunch of other stuff that I was trying to get done, I found a nice blueprint for Gleba, plopped it down, and it worked, and I never went back to Gleba. And instead I had fun in Fulgora. I did a belt base on Fulgora. Well, the previous person who was doing Fulgora did a belt base, and I just kept going with a belt base. I think I might do a bot base next time. Just because, why deal with belts and sorting massive amounts of junk when you can make the bots do it for you? It was basically considered by a lot of people to be easy mode, but you got other things to worry about. Also, sure, learning the lessons that, not only myself, but my partner in crime that was doing Fulgora before learned. The belt base probably wouldn't look so bad if I had to do it a second time around. No promises, though. Do I have a seed? Why do I have a tree seed? Where did I get a tree seed from? Ah, the wood. I see. Cannot build on landfill. There is a couple squares of grass somewhere in the center that I could build these tree seeds on. They would probably immediately die. Let me just go ahead and turn on my pollution cloud. Obviously there's not really any pollution absorbed. Really? Oh, is that landfill consumed pollution? That's not right. That has to be a change from it says tiles entity, but usually classifies ocean differently. Either it's classifying the ocean as tiles, or the mod changes landfill to absorb pollution, which is weird because why would it do that when there's no creatures here? Who knows? Some more bricks. I could have sworn it separated liquids, but maybe because this is a modded fluid. It is not in fact separated. I need steel. I can run that down here. I was gonna want to do a bus, but this is temporary. What the hell is this belt even for? If that isn't the classic Factorio experience of looking at some inexplicable construction you do not understand when you were the one that made it. My favorite part is redesigning something and then something else comes up. And you forget about the redesign and then you come back and find something either half built or half destroyed. It's a question only the old you can answer, who is not around anymore. Okay, more Voidworks, right. We'll craft some more. This will finish up our iron stack. I believe this thing is going to take a lot of power if it's ever running at full bore. So we'll probably have to expand this. In fact, these are... they're going ham. Of course, I only have half as many Voidworks, so that doesn't help. But once we get that, I need to finish out the copper, and then I will get more landfill going. Can I finally finish this? I can. I believe I already changed all the recipes. Just have to make sure to get all these. It's only going to be somewhat functional. But somewhat functional is a lot more functional than it was before. I also believe it's probably going to be for the best if I make a... What is it? If I make one of these things for making fast and long-handed inserters. Matter of fact, I will do that now before I forget about it. Because I will forget about it. Wooden chest and wooden chest. And then that can while away. Starting to accumulate a lot of inserters, that's good. Now I have a feeling that I could probably do something else with this. With splits. Since I'm gonna have to send this junk down here anyway. It makes sense to combine it with the other junk line. Turn that over, get us some extra space for the junk. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, none of this needs to be here. I'll instead run it down. Wait, that way? Yeah, okay. I ran that all the way up and then ran it back. I think I'll have to do that here. Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna need to fit this the plate thing in there. Get some more landfill. And we'll plan it out. Yeah, if I do that and filter the copper. And then let's send the rest of the stuff down. Filter the copper. Yeah. Send the rest of the stuff with I guess I'm already merging these two lines. I don't need a second one. But this proves a little bit of a problem. What? I don't know what this was supposed to be for. Ah, never mind. I figured it out. Okay, we set that up, and then this feels a little cramped. But I also can't... What if I do that? Okay. I might have to do something about this stockpile here, because obviously this isn't going to be the first thing used, so it has potential to back up at some point. But, you know, as long as I keep pilfering it for stuff. I think we're good. Yeah, I'm just gonna need a bunch of stone bricks for more void works. How's our power doing? Feel like I should worry about that before getting copper like fully set up. Let's go pilfer some void fuel, so that won't cause any problems. Ramshackle steel setup refueled. Right, I was actually gonna get a proper. I think it's only gonna need one. Question is, what side of the belt will that be on? The wrong side. There we go. I don't have to worry about manually refilling it. Then I can get some more fuel down here. Or that puts us up to 16. Still not enough, but making progress. And chance of a blackout, much less likely. What do we have? So that's 24 place, so I'll probably get to like, you know, 20's probably fine. Of course, this is already running it pretty high. Only gonna get worse. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna have to expand that first. Also looks like we're kind of low on our void fuel, which is not great. Go pilfer some iron from here. Pilfer some more iron, I guess. It'll be so nice when we get logistic bots and requester chests. I could just set up a lot of these things for having a proper bot mole, and I don't have to deal with making them myself. The wonders the future will hold. Well, I am pretty happy with the progress we got, especially since I made this beautiful thing. Wasn't expecting it to look as nice. Obviously, if we go down with the bus design, I think I'll want four lines of iron plates. So for that to be nice and clean and tidy, obviously I would want them right next to each other. But it wouldn't be too hard to just overwrite this one and place it way higher. Once we have the landfill and the machines and the power generation to support it, I think 4 might be a little ambitious for a Voidblock. I might just do one of each for now and we can go from there. Obviously these already have the capability to do reds. I just need to upgrade the belts and that's it. But let's go back to 1x speed. Oh, I feel like I'm in molasses. I think we'll pause it here and we'll be back with more Factorio on tomorrow evening. I hope to get red and green science actually automated instead of pocket crafting everything. Definitely getting oil. Then, well, that's constituent components, which will also make water not have to be constantly filtered out. It'll give us some more capabilities to expand our power. We'll go from there. We'll figure out a plan of action tomorrow. I'm sure we can get red and green science easily automated. And since I actually have a proper stack, I might just do it the old-fashioned way instead of, you know, making inserters or making belts, because it's gonna take a hell of a lot less power. Obviously more convenient to just make the thing directly, but that's neither here nor there. But thank you for watching, everyone, and I want to thank Iski. I'm sorry if I'm saying that for the raid earlier. I don't know if I'm sorry I'm saying that incorrectly. A little scatterbrain right now. But I hope you will enjoy the rest of your Friday evening, and maybe I'll see you again tomorrow evening. I have a good sleep, Equus. I think we'll go right into Allie. She's doing some more Don't Starve Together. There's no other English VTubers doing Factorio at this hour, unfortunately. So we'll hop in, see how Allie's doing, if she's in fact not starving. And I will see you all tomorrow evening. Good night, everybody. And let's go get this raid going. Oops, I forgot to actually press enter earlier. Well, now we'll we'll get it going and see you all tomorrow.